This is a melody in Ableton Live. Let's export it to MIDI.
Maybe this is your first day. I remember my...
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We're here. Finally, we're going to see, should we say IFT-9? I don't think we're supposed to call it IFT anymore, right? Is it the integrated flight test or is it just a flight test at this point? This is the 9th one. I am just stoked. This is just something we've been waiting for a long time, and it's finally here. They blew a couple up. This one, they're not going to blow up. What do you think, guys? You know what? That's what we can do. Right here, down. Let's do a little quick poll. How many people are going to think that this is going to, how many people think this is going to RUD? Will it RUD or will it not? I'm going to say hello to everyone first, but before I get into everything, I just want to say, let me know how the audio is, because unlike the normal JC Lives that I normally do, we're usually using like a Scarlett. Okay, if you don't know what that is, it's basically an audio interface, and we moved over to this Rodecaster Duo, and we're just testing it out to see how it goes. They always say don't change things before like an event like this, but I don't take heed of my own advice. So that's just the way it always is. Anyways, how is the audio? Down below, just let me know. Is the audio good? Does it sound clear? Is it good? What do we got? What do we got? Anybody down there? Audio 5 out of 5? Good. Good. Sounds good. That's what I like to hear. And obviously you were hearing the audio on that pre-roll that I put together for you guys from the last time. I love that. It's so good. It's so good to be able to see all of these ships and what happened to each and every one of them. So anyways, let me start out from the top and say hello to everyone. Who do we got here? We got Mo. Mo Space is here. Space Life Mo. Thank you for being here, Mo. He is one of our moderators. Thank you for all that you do. Mick is here. Shannon is in the house. Shannon with the super chat. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Lestat is here. Who else? Let's move on down here. Radioactive Texan. Sal is in the house. Peter is here. Thank you, Peter. Peter started out at the very top here with 50 free memberships. Let me just start out by saying, if you see some free memberships come through, um, what that basically means is that you're going to get, or I'm going to say you, but it randomly chooses 50 people that will get free memberships, which is kind of cool. So 50, I'm not going to read them all, but if you are one of these 50, or even if you're not, say thank you to Peter. I know Shannon sometimes will put out there those free memberships also. So if anyone does, really appreciate it. Any type of super chats or anything is always appreciated, of course. We have, let me see here, Greg is in the house. We have Welsh and Son Farms. Let's see, who else do we got? Force, let me see, Force Ghost, kind of like that. That's nice. George is here. Horse Monkey Lover is in the house. Johnny, Skippy USA. Skippy USA. There you go. I like it. John is in the house. Michael, Alan, George, Kevin is here. Who else we got here? Fragile, of course, is here. Thank you, Fragile, for being here. Let's see. Hillbilly is in the house. Shannon. Wow, another look at this. Look at this. I see another super chat coming through here. Super chat. Actually, it's a free, so 20 free memberships Shannon put out there. Thank you so much, Shannon. Really do appreciate that. Once again, if you got a free membership from Shannon, say thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Shannon. And wow, and Peter comes back with 50 free memberships. Oh my goodness. Wow. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you. That really helps out a lot. That is crazy. That is a lot. Anyways, listen, thank you all for being here. So obviously we're going to be doing coverage on IFT-9 and we're going to see what ends up happening. I'll go into some of the stats and what's up with it and whatnot. If you've watched any of my videos, I've put together about 500, I think now, on SpaceX and SpaceX Starlink. So there's a lot. There's a lot. And when you're done watching this live, subscribe if you like the coverage. And if you're not, it's okay. Take a look at some of the take a look at some of my uh, videos that I have. Matter of fact, I don't know if I'm going to be able to put a link here, but if not, I'm sorry for that. But anyways, the take a look at my playlist. I put together a playlist specifically for SpaceX Starlink. Once again, 500 videos, 500 videos. So check those out. Let me see here. Let's see, we move down a little bit. The other thing that I want to say is that as of today, I put on a link to my new store. So I built a Shopify store thanks to Shannon over there recommending it. So I built this Shopify store. And normally you would just go to JCristina and then go to shop and whatever. But if you just go to JCristina/shop, it will automatically take you over to the Shopify store. So definitely check that out before the end. I would really appreciate that. Let me see here. Hang in there one second. All right. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Let's see who is here. Who else is here? Radioactive Texan. Thank you for all that you do. Always being here. Shannon with 20 memberships there. My God. We got the 50 from before. My goodness. That is a lot. A lot. A lot. Let me see here. All right. All right. Hang in there one second, guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if we can bring Fabiola online because I think that she's going to be available. I might have my wife with me. Can you imagine? So hold on. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and run some of the pre-roll and then I'll be right back. Hang in there. All right. Let's see if we can get that rolling. Or you know what? How if we just hang in there? We'll just sit for 1 second. Stay tight. Hey guys, look who's here.
Hello, everybody. How is everybody tonight? I made it.
She
Late,
made it.
but I made it.
She made it. We didn't know it was going to happen, but she rushed and made it for you guys. There's a lot of people here already, and
I see that.
there was a lot of super chats already, and
know, I missed a
Peter
lot
and
of
Shannon are
them.
popping off with like 50s and 50 this.
Oh,
And
wow.
there's a lot.
That's amazing.
Let me just say something real quick. The chat, for some reason, YouTube is no longer allowing us to go back only a certain distance. Like, for example, I cannot roll back any further than where Shannon gifted the 50 memberships. The first time, I think it was Shannon, or it could have been Peter, actually.
Peter, Shannon, and Peter.
Yes. So,
So we have 120 memberships gifted between the two of them already.
yes.
That's amazing. So if you
Unbelievable.
guys already got a membership and you're online, please don't forget to give a shout out. A big old thank you doodle do.
Yes, a big old wet smooch. So anyways, I guess I can let you say hello to some people
mean,
here.
yeah,
I said hello to a lot of people earlier, but there is a lot of new people that have showed up already, which is good.
Radioactive Texan, I see you. Obviously, I see Shannon. How are you doing? Official on the purple hair super chat. No fail, bud. No fail. Thank you. Okay, not a super chat, but you know what I mean. Like subscribe and share. Leave that
Yes.
shit up. Absolutely.
We will do it.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you. 17 months, Shannon has been. Look at that. 17 months. Wow. Wow.
Welsh and Sun Farm, Happy Dance Fab is here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I will ensue the kicking tonight.
Yes.
Yes, yes,
She
yes.
loves that.
So
We're not
what were
allowed
you
to
talking
play
about?
Bozo, huh? It's gonna only be Elon that will be dancing, I think, or saying
Okay.
hello.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't want anyone to get angry.
why would they
Because, you
get
know, I
angry?
care.
Why would they get angry?
I don't know. So they don't want to see.
Well, Bozo is kind of weird looking there, but you know, he's just a weird looking
See,
dude.
this is the guy that I was talking about. You see
Yeah,
him?
he's like weird looking.
I'm not feeling him. I don't know. He's kind of,
This is an Elon moment.
yeah, this is an Elon moment, but this is the Jeff Bozo guy that we have that, you know, sometimes I play. And he's kind of just, he's a little creepy. Anyways, we're going to get rid of him. We're going to get rid of him. It is definitely an Elon day. So we'll throw Elon in here.
We're down to like what, 12 minutes? Less than 12?
What is it? 40, I think it is.
Well, wait, so what time does it actually shoot off?
No. So they're going to go live at 6:40.
Okay.
So about an hour, a little bit less than an hour from now.
Oh, okay.
So we got time to kind of relax and say hello to
Gotcha.
everybody. So there's no rush.
So that's good because I rushed, but that's good.
Yeah, and you never know. And then another thing that's going to be happening, guys, is tonight, right after, and it's still, there's no confirmation at the exact time it's going to happen, but Elon Musk is going to go live and speak about Mars, the mission to
I forgot my
Mars.
phone.
What's that?
I forgot my phone.
You want to go get it? We got
I
an
feel
hour.
dead.
Go get it.
I feel
We
dead.
got an hour. Go get it. Go
Dead.
get it. So yeah, that's really big. That's really big. And let me know before the end of this launch if you want me to go live with that. And I probably won't stay around unless it's immediately thereafter, and I'll just come right back. If not, if it's going to be immediate, maybe I'll just keep rolling and we'll listen to what Elon Musk has to say about the mission to Mars, because that's his goal, right? All the rest of this stuff is just, you know, a means to an end, let's say. And a lot of people thought that SpaceX was going to be that means to an end. And yes, it is his rocket company, but the company that's funding SpaceX technically is Starlink. Starlink is crushing it. When we started with Starlink 40 some months ago, there was 112,000 of us. That was it. And as of today, they're getting close to 6 million. 6 million. It's like five and a half, I don't know, 5.7 million people just in the last, like I said, 40 some months. So just exponential growth. Really, really amazing. So tonight's going to be a really big one because IFT-9, I heard that you don't supposed to call it IFT anymore, integrated
Why?
I don't know. I don't know. Integrated test flight. They're just saying that it's just a test flight at this point. I've heard that a few times down the grapevine here. You just call it a test flight at this point. Yeah, I guess so. That makes sense. I mean, they've done 9 now. It's, I mean, we know it's integrated, right? What the hell else is it?
No, it's
How
just
else is it
easier
going to
to
get up
say.
there?
IFT-9. Like,
Yeah, it's just test flight 9. I think
just like everybody doesn't want to say Fabiola, they just say Fab or Fabi.
Fab, right? Exactly. Same old thing. So I don't know.
Don't get so bent out of shape, people.
Yeah. Are you going to get your phone?
I'll get it in a little bit.
Oh,
You said I
okay.
have time.
Yeah, you
I'm
got
just
plenty
trying
of
to catch
time.
up.
You got plenty of time.
Dutch Linux said some say Elon is an alien, one of many among us. I
Could be.
probably would agree with that.
He's trying to get home, kind of like ET phoning home. He's trying to get back to Mars or what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, down in the
So
chat.
what is he? What are are we taking anything up there? What's going on with this thing? Because I'm completely
Yes.
clueless.
Yeah. So it's a big one because if they do actually get up and not blow up, don't
Mhm.
RUD, right? They're going to be depositing some of the SpaceX Starlink version 3s. I think it's like 8. And they're basically the same size, same mass, basically as a satellite. And they're going to open up the little Pez dispenser door at the top of the fairing and just kind of just throw out, 8 of them and make sure that the mechanism works, make sure that that automatic Pez dispenser actually dispenses. So it's it's pretty cool stuff. I mean, this is really cool stuff that it's actually getting to this point now because I've been talking about it for a long time and now it's finally here. So, my prediction was by the end of this year, we're going to see version 3 on orbit. And I really do believe that to be the case. And bear in mind, guys, the version 3 satellites are a big difference, a big difference in comparison to the version 2 minis that are currently on orbit. They are 4 times the size. That's pretty big. 4 times the size, but 20 times the capacity. So you launch, let's say, here's an example. A Falcon 9 will launch 27, 23, 25, let's say, Starlink satellites. The Starship will be able to launch 100 plus. So let's just call it 100, for example. So those 27 satellites are 27 satellites. That's it. These new version 3s, if they launched 100, it'd be the equivalent to 2,000 of the version 2.0 minis. So you get the difference, right? It's massive. It's going to be, we think that exponential growth is happening right now when it comes to, let's call it onboarding, because that's basically what it is. Exponential growth is going to happen when it comes to those version 3 satellites on orbit. Everything is just going to get faster. There's going to be lower latency, sub 20 milliseconds guaranteed. You're also going to end up seeing a lot faster speeds. And there's a lot of people out there that are already now experiencing, or pretty soon, gigabit speeds. So gigabit is right around the corner also. Um, I mean, we have a really good friend of the show that is sitting literally on a boat in the Bahamas getting 400 plus megabits down, 500 megabits down without any problem.
That guy.
You know that guy.
Someone likes your shirt.
Oh, it's megabit. Yeah, I figure I had to put megabit on for the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, Megabit's my little dude, my little guy. So, you'll see him on the screen later when we end up going live with this whole deal. What, just so you guys know also, once they do their thing, right? And they start talking and introducing everything, um, we're going to kind of shut up a little bit and just let them have the floor. If there's things that I want to, kind of inject into what they're saying, then I will. But if not, we'll kind of let them have the floor, during it. So, and then also, instead of just seeing us, we're going to go full screen with the launch. So you don't have to worry about, the launch being small and then we're big. It'll be the exact opposite. We'll be really small and the launch will be really big. Okay, so just bear that in mind. So you can watch and you don't have to worry about losing and not being able to see something. So you'll be able to see everything. And I promise this time I won't have Jeff or I won't have Elon dancing around like I did in the past. And people are like, can you move them out of the way? I want to see what's. So we won't have that this time. So, anyways, because we've been covering each one of them ever since the beginning, and just this is just awesome. I just have a lot of fun with it. It's great. It's absolutely great. So, if you guys have any questions, like I always say, put an at JCristina before your
Or as
question.
it's also showing up at Joseph Christina. Either way, it gets highlighted.
Either which way.
So it could be because I'm using my laptop today.
Oh yeah, that could be too.
So
Yeah. So
Shannon
Joseph
Martin's
Christina,
gonna-
Jake Christina, either which way.
either way, I'm here. Manning
He's here.
the
Manning.
Joseph Christina
Chat.
chat.
Yeah. So any kind of questions? Let me see. Let me go through, and before I get into a big long spiel on what to expect with IFT-9, there's a lot. There's a lot.
No booster needed on staying on orbit. Staying on the staying in orbit.
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay.
Listen, guys, I
Keep.
did pull up Titusville because I want to see what the Space Coast is looking like when it comes to weather, because that's obviously an issue all the time. So it says it's currently at about 89 degrees, which makes sense. It's hot. The humidity is at 59 to 83%, which is a lot. Winds out of the southeast 5 to 10 miles per hour, which isn't that bad at all. That's really conducive for a launch. That's great. And cloud cover is only partly cloudy at 14, 15%, somewhere around there. So to me, looking at this, visibility being 21 to 22 kilometers, or like 13 miles, let's call it, this looks really good. This is going to launch. Unlike here, right? Fabiola drove through rain. I mean, this is like, this is,
Wait, today?
yeah, wasn't it?
No, yesterday.
Yesterday you had rain too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have rain. We had rain today here too. So that's good. On the Space Coast up there in Titusville, no rain. Everything looks good. Anyways, you were going to say something.
Radioactive Texan, how you doing? Said that it says Fab, the sound is okay, just the volume is low. Had to crank up the TV to 87%. That increases noise, but oh well, it works.
All right.
So I don't know if it's you low or we're low or I'm low. I'm always low because I talk.
Yeah,
lower
she
than
talks
Joe. I
soft and I'm very
try.
loud. I'll go ahead and
But
I will increase the loudness a little bit. We might introduce a little bit
does
noise,
that work?
but
Is that a little better?
we gave it an extra 5 dB. So how does that look? I'm looking over on the let's see, on the meters, and we're going red every once in a while. I don't want to go too far red because that's when you start losing data. It's kind of like when you take a photograph and it's too bright out.
Everybody says it's better.
Is it better?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, then you go. There you go. Magic number 52 dB. There it is. Once again, this is a brand new setup. Never do this. I tell everyone all the time, if you're putting something together and you're going to go live, something important, don't get a whole new setup.
Which Joe has a very happy habit of doing.
Yes. I shouldn't have done that, but I did anyways. So I've been working on this until about 3 a.m. and then this morning for about 5.5 hours to get all of the wiring right. So I'm glad at least it's working. That makes me happy.
So happy together.
And there you have it. So, yeah,
You guys, I am here for nothing but entertainment.
that's right. That's right. Once again, any questions, put at JCristina or at Joseph Christina. Either which way, we will see them.
ETA. ETA for them going live is
Yeah.
6 p.m.
6:40 is when they're going to end up going live.
Yeah, but when does it launch?
Launches thereafter, and
Okay,
it just
so
depends.
anytime
Yeah,
after
after that, they have a launch window basically.
3
It's-
p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, so chances are it'll probably launch by, I want to say 7, maybe 7:15. Just depends on if all is going well or not. So that's what I'm going to guesstimate at. Let's see. While you get any kind of questions for me, I'll just let people know what happened in the last 2 launches when the thing blew up. The FAA did come back with a response on what ended up being the causation. Why did the thing blow up over the Turks and Caicos Islands, right? Why did it happen? So Flight 7 basically had this harmonic.
Wait, hold on. Before you do that, I
Yeah.
don't want to miss Shannon's super chat.
Oh,
I heard the Blue Origin announcers will be live on the air today picking up trash from all spectators. Is that true?
Yes, that is true. That is true. If you guys have not seen a Blue Origin launch, it's actually, yeah, well, Blue Origin, it's not actually Blue Origin, the last one that I covered, it was ULA, but the folks over there are not the same folks as SpaceX. Trust me. It is, yeah, it's a scene. Uh, so if you want to watch the Bezos launch of Project Kuiper, I did cover that. But yeah, anyways, I don't want to get too deep in the woods with that. Anyways, harmonic vibrations. That's what ended up overstressing the vehicle. That was in ship 7, right? IFT-7. Basically, what that means is if you hit like a tuning fork, right? You hit it on something, you can hear it vibrate, and it starts vibrating really, really tight, and the vibration starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? That's how it works. Well, that's what happened. So it ended up being this little bit vibration, and then all of a sudden it turned into a violent vibration, started breaking hoses, breaking everything. It literally broke itself apart. So it ended up causing a leak in the attic area. It caused a fire and ended up eventually losing the craft after like 8.5 minutes. They ended up putting in a new fire, let's say, system in the attic, but also venting and a whole bunch of other stuff to stop that from happening, that vibration. And in IFT-8, even though it blew up around 8 minutes, it wasn't the same cause. Whereas a lot of people speculated that it was because it blew up right around the same time. This time it wasn't. It was a center Raptor engine that ended up failing and then causing propellant and just a whole fuel mixture. It ignited, it blew up one of the engines, then it blew up the other two. So we ended up losing 3 engines, and then finally one of the bigger vacuum. So they couldn't steer anymore, and it started tumbling like this. And then they had to, once again, hit that self-destruct and blow it up. And that's what ended up happening.
Do
There
you
was, yeah.
have a countdown or something like you did for,
Um,
do they have one that you can pop up there so that people can see?
that's probably a good
Didn't
idea.
you
Like
do
if I
that
can
one?
see, you know what, let's go ahead and pop over to, let's pop over here. And let me see, Can we do this? There we go. I'll
So
pop over to here, and then let's go into here. But this is where it's going to be live once it is live. So let me just move this over to here and then see if it shows up. There you go. So as of right
No, they're
now,
not going to demonetize you because you're sharing that though.
no, no. So right now it says starting at 6:50 p.m. So that hasn't changed, and that has been the exact same number for the last like 4 hours. So that means that they're still on schedule. Everything's fine. So we'll just leave that up, and if anything changes, then of course you will see it pop up in there. Anyways, what was I talking about? The IFT 8, or let's just call it test flight 8. Test flight 8 ended up rudding also right around the same thing, blowing up over the Turks and Caicos, same exact thing as the last time. But they fixed things. So now with test flight 9, all of those things that were wrong in IFT 8 and 7, both 7 and 8, have been fixed here. That's number one. That's good. But what's really, really good is that they are going to test a lot of things that they were trying to test for the last 2 flights. A perfect example is those new flaps. Instead of having, let me see, here we go. Let me pull this guy out.
Mine is better.
Yours is better. Is there like anything good in there?
Grape juice.
Do you believe there's grape juice in there?
Yes. And as an antioxidant, it is good for your skin and for your heart and your blood.
I have a feeling there's not grape juice in there,
It's
but I don't know.
totally grape juice.
It is totally grape juice. So
Absolutely.
this is totally
Italian grapes.
gotcha. Not California.
No.
No, they're Italian. Okay, Italian grapes in that cup. So these flaps are sitting at 180 degrees, right across from each other, and they're big ass flaps. So they are now small flaps, and they are tucked in. So kind of like when a bird is like diving through the air, you see them tuck in their wings. Well, that's what they did with this. They made the flaps smaller and then they made them tucked in. So they're sitting in, instead of 180 degrees, they're tucked in, let's say 130, 140, somewhere around there, right? Don't quote me, but close to that.
Cool.
So they're tucked in. Why did they do that?
Why did they do that, sir?
I'm glad you asked. So the reason they did that is because all of the plasma is normally just pouring off these things and melting the skin off it. And that's all that's left
Not
is
the
like
skin.
not the skin. Yeah. So stainless steel just melting off it. So now, being that they're tucked in, they're going to experience a lot less of that heating, supposedly. And that is what they were trying to test on 7, on 8, but they never got up there to do it. But they will today. Not only are they going to do that.
Wait, Shannon said
Yes.
pre-launch fire test requested. Oh, you have it in your hand. Light that shit up. Please remove yourself from my presence.
You ready?
Why do you have to?
I did.
To wait.
I'm going to put it right
Oh my
here.
God.
You have hairspray in? Grab your drink. Ready? Good. Okay, here we go. All right, we're going to light up. Ready? One. Is it going to be a little flame or is it going to be a big flame? That is the question. Here we go. Ready?
Oh Lord.
1, 2, 3.
That was pretty long. Always.
That was like, it was sometimes it like backfires and it's literally like,
Yeah.
yeah, like,
Thanks,
yeah.
Shannon.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Shannon,
that.
for the super chat. We lit it up.
Ooh, and if you got some gifted memberships that are
Oh,
coming through
sweet.
also, please give a shout out to Shannon.
Shannon, thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Peter Gosling, good to see you, Fabs. We missed you. I missed you guys too. I'm happy to be here on a big day.
Yes,
Thanks
it's a
for
big
the
day.
super chat. Love it. And
Good stuff.
Linux said, I have heard that SpaceX has updated the rocket software. It had some bugs.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. They're updating everything continuously, right? I did do a video on what operating system do they use? Dutch Linux. What operating system do they use on the Starship, on the Super Heavy, on the SpaceX Starlinks? What operating system? Is it wind blows? No, it's not. And it's definitely not OS X. So it is Linux. Linux runs all of their equipment. That's just how it is. All right. Now, it's probably a very specifically built kernel off another kernel. So, but it is Linux. So good to know. Really lightweight and less prone to bugs, let's say. A little bit easier to work on. Anyways, so there you go. A little tidbit of knowledge. Now, so this is the whole flap deal, right? Where it's going to be smaller flaps and they're going to be tucked in 40% so they don't melt off, which is pretty cool. The other thing, talking about heating, is the heat tiles. So currently, the heat tiles are put on, they're basically, let's call them dinner plates, okay? They're like
Dinner plate.
they're like dinner plates, all right? They're ceramic. And what happens is they're passively cooled. So when they're coming through the atmosphere and they're glowing red, as the heat dissipates or as the heat kind of absorbs into them, then it gets released again. And it is once again considered passively cooled. It cools itself, right? By dissipating the heat. What they have now put on board is some actively cooled tiles. So active cooling is pretty damn cool. And basically what it is, and I talk about this all the time, I think it's the coolest shit ever, is that what ends up happening is it almost works like your CPU and your computer. You have your CPU, then you have like a copper plate, let's say. Then you have all these fins and you have a fan blowing on it, right? That's one way. Another way is you have the CPU, you have a copper plate, and then you have a tube of liquid cooling, whatever that liquid cooled is, could be anything, that runs behind that plate, right? That cools the plate. And I believe that's what they're going to be doing, which once again is active cooling. That is pretty cool. Literally, I'm excited for that because I want to see how that works out. Because if that works out, that will be such a major step forward. Because one of the biggest things, one of the biggest problems that all craft have experienced coming back into the atmosphere is what? Friction, drag, right? That the atmosphere just tears these things up. It heats up so hot that you can literally see plasma pouring off the craft. So that was a problem back with the space shuttles. Remember the space shuttles? They would have those ceramic tiles all on the bottom and they would have to come in perfectly, because if they came in like this, they would burn up and explode. No, they had to come in perfectly, belly first. Same kind of thing that happens here. If you look at the rocket, half of the rocket has those heat tiles, the other half does not. If the rocket was to come in upside down, it would burn up. That's just simply it. So, anyways, I think that this is a really big thing because if they figure out the heating problem, a lot of other stuff goes away. All right. Heat is like the arch nemesis. It is a big, big problem. And some people don't understand or know this, but those heat tiles, there's tens of thousands of heat tiles, 100,000 heat tiles, right? And each one of those heat tiles are put together and they're right side by side. But when you look at the craft, it looks like they're all butting together. But that's not actually the case. What ends up happening with these heat tiles are if it is going to be, let's say, a very hot area, okay? And let's say the very base of it where it's going to come through. So those heat tiles actually have to be a little bit further apart to, let's say, accommodate for the expansion and contraction that happens, that you don't get as much of it where it's a little bit cooler along the sides of it. So you end up with these tiles at all different distances apart. They're not perfectly flush together. If not, they're just crack. Because once again, they're ceramic, like a plate. So it's kind of cool what they do, but just the mathematics that go on into figuring this out is pretty amazing. She's kicking me, so I'm going to stop now. Thank you so much for the kicks. I appreciate that, and the bananas and everything else. So, questions?
I am gonna get to a little couple questions, but some comments on what you've been talking about. Bajarn, I feel like I can never say it right, so I apologize. I'm glad that you made it. It's been a minute. Dutch Linux said, yes, Grok confirmed a custom kernel that SpaceX uses. Johnny Appleseed, SpaceX uses a customized version of the Linux kernel, specifically version 3.2 with the real-time patches.
Oh, okay.
For the primary flight computers on its Starship spacecraft, as well as its Falcon 9.
Sweet. There you go.
Well, what's in your head? They need to ditch the tiles and replace them with the regenerative scales.
That would be kind of cool.
George Ordway did say when charging butane, put the device in the freezer for 12 hours
Yes.
and then charge with butane at room temperature. It will fill up quick.
Yep.
Let's see. Harley's dad, 52 minutes away, prop loads soon.
Yes.
Like,
Excited for it. Excited. We're getting close.
Ricky Joe, do you know if it's true or a hoax about Phil Robinson from Duck Dynasty passing away on May 25th?
I have not heard.
I think it was true, Ricky Joe, but
Okay.
I think so. I'd have to
sucks.
triple check. Always triple check. I don't have my phone on me. I gotta go get my phone.
Triple check.
But yeah. What else? I think that's what I have right now.
That's what you got for me? Okay. All right.
Craig did say no, it's not. It's Amazon software.
Yes. It's Project Kuiper software is what they use. Project Kuiper software. I get that all the time. Like, because there's so many of these channels that show all of this fake AI generated BS basically about a Tesla phone or an Elon Musk phone or a Pi phone or whatever the case is, and this stuff is all a bunch of nonsense, absolutely a bunch of nonsense. Then you see the ones that say, oh, Project Kuiper, the Amazon is going to be a competitor to Elon Musk, SpaceX, Starlink. They're going to go live by the end of the year. And I did the math, guys. Mathematically, it doesn't work out. And matter of fact, I was giving them 27 rockets or 27 satellites, a rocket launch per month, right, from ULA. That was a give me from me, and it's not even going to happen. I think the next rocket launch, I think, is like almost by the end of the year, like November or something. So if that is correct and that it was correct information, you're looking at having like 50 what, 456. There's nothing on orbit. There's nothing there to even possibly compete. You got 27 satellites compared to like 7,500 satellites.
Bjorn has a question.
Yeah.
Does the ship have a payload with this
Yes, it does.
time?
Yes. Bajan, it has 8 simulators, let's call them. They're duds. They're SpaceX Starlink version 3 satellites that are the same mass, okay, as a regular satellite. And they are loaded up into that PEZ dispenser. And that door will open if all goes well. On the top of the fairing, the door will open, and then it will start dispensing those satellites, which would be kind of cool. And my understanding is there's more cameras on board that were there that were not there in the last. So we should get a really, really good view of the PEZ dispenser actually launching these satellites. I cannot wait to see that. That is going to be like, I mean, that's going to be pretty damn cool. So I'm waiting for that.
Okay, Ricky Joe, did you see the email I sent you Sunday about some surcharge with Starlink?
I saw it, but I didn't read the entire thing. I was just kind of skimming stuff, but I'll definitely get into it coming up tomorrow.
Okay, Johnny Appleseed has a funny knock knock joke.
Love it. What
No,
is
it's not a knock knock joke. I take it back. Sorry. Why did the Starship go to therapy?
Why did the Starship go
Don't
to
cheat.
therapy? I won't cheat. Why?
It had too many explosive relationships.
I kind of like that. That works. That will work. I like that. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. I like it.
Dutch said, it just proves that Linux is the most stable.
Yeah,
and
stable.
Versatile OS on the planet when SpaceX is trusting their whole company on that OS.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's just, I mean, what else are you going to use, right? If you just think about it, there's nothing else to use. I mean, you can't use Windows. That's just absolutely not possible. You can't, you're not going to use Mac OS. That's not going to work. So Linux is it. And seeing that they're using the latest and greatest and doing their own version of it, I mean, that's awesome. That is awesome. I am there for it. I'm excited. I'm excited because, I moved on from Windows to Linux, right? I've told you guys, if you're new here, you don't know it. I don't use Windows any longer. Windows actually sits here. I show everybody all the time. That's Windows. It has dust on it. It hasn't been in the computer for about, give or take, 8 or 9 months, and everything is done on Linux. So, I love it. I don't even realize that I'm not using Windows. So it works out great. The same thing with my life after Adobe cutting the cord. I cut the cord with Adobe, the exact same thing as I cut the cord with Windows. So I have 2 playlists that if you guys want to watch, besides the SpaceX Starlink playlist that has 500 videos, check out those 2 playlists, Life After Adobe and Life After Windows. It talks about what I did and how I did it. So check it out.
All right. Hello, Mark Hoffman. How are you?
Mark, how are you doing?
Craig, Project Kuiper is going to end up only being used as a play for Amazon. Then it will be scrapped. Dutch said, did you receive my email to the Matt's Creative channel about the Affinity script?
I did not. But that is something that I will be looking into. I've been doing so much with this audio stuff here that I've been just kind of stuck doing this. I didn't have a choice because obviously the live was coming for today, and I wanted to make sure that we had all of the audio actually working. So, but yeah, I'll get into that starting tomorrow, most likely.
Let's see, Radioactive Texan, I'd rather run on Commodore 64 OS than Windows.
Yeah, the VIC-20, guys. Maybe we'll run on a VIC-20.
Shannon said, could you imagine when they put astronauts in for the first time and launch Windows gives blue screen of death and reboots? Oh my God, that's crazy.
Could you imagine you're sitting there, you're like, oh my God, is it going to reboot?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Ricky Joe, how's the weather there? It has got to be 97 degrees here and it's thundering here.
So
Now we're
hot.
about to get some rain. I hope it's not going to rain over by
It is definitely, it's
Somebody, right?
humid and hot, but what I looked up on the Space
What's
Coast
up?
looks good.
Yo.
Mo's here.
Mo's in the house.
How you doing, Mo?
And Dutch said, do I need to send that email again? I totally would.
Yeah, go ahead and send it. I'm sure it's there, but like I said, I've been kind of neglecting some of the emails lately because I've been just this deep into all of this DAW stuff. So yeah,
Wait, hold on.
it looks like it's still set
Bruce
for
Brown.
instead of what was it, 640, 650, still 650.
Hasn't
Yep, we're
changed.
good. Hasn't changed.
Bruce Brown, I was thinking of switching to Linux and you pushed me over. It's been about 3 months all. Thumbs
Wow.
up.
Who was that? Bruce?
Yes, Bruce Brown.
Congratulations. I'm glad I kind of was a little
Craig said Windows 11 for the win.
yeah, no. Windows 11 for recall and Pilot, Copilot Plus, and spyware, and a ton of bloat, and advertising everywhere, and watching your every move, and making sure that it takes a photograph, a screenshot of your screen every 2 to 3 seconds, then distill that information down and send it off to Microsoft. Yeah, now you can actually shut off recall, but before you couldn't. Before recall came automatically. Now it's something that you have to turn on because they were going to get sued. Who the hell would want?
Sued.
Who the hell would want your screen? Could you imagine your screen captured every 2 seconds, like this, and then take all that information and send it off? I mean, what are they thinking? Then besides nothing. Like, do you think people are that stupid?
Yeah. I mean, some people are.
Okay. All right,
I mean, you know, it's true.
girl.
Boy, you know it's true.
Yes. Yes. No, it is true. It is true. It's sadly, it is true.
Let's see, radioactive Texan. I bet you the recall turns back by accident after an update. Mitch, altogether, anyone using Linux for 3D printing? What do you use for modeling?
Oh yeah, that's true. Hey Shannon, are you doing any modeling with 3D printing? I know Shannon was working with Linux too, and I know Shannon prints. Anyone else in the chat? I don't have a printer, so let everyone know.
Yeah.
Hey guys, no catch attempt today, so we're not going to see Mechazilla do the wonderful catch as we've seen with IFT or Test Flight 7 and Test Flight I-8, but it's okay. It's going to land in the water. It will be a, let's call it a sundown landing. Hopefully, if this launches on time, we still have a little bit of sun and we can actually see it land in the water. And it's not like a past landing where it's just like a little bit of something, fireball, and yeah. Hopefully that's not the case. So we'll see what ends up happening. I would like to see it. That's why I like to see these things go off earlier, but it is what it is. One thing that's really nice is this vehicle is going to be using the lower half or the super heavy that was used for Test Flight 7, which is great. That means that it's going to be reused, and that's the whole point of what everything that he does is reusability of these rockets, right? And 29 out of the 33 Raptor engines are going to be the same Raptor engines that were used on Test Flight 7. That's awesome. Only 4 new engines. That's really good. That's really good. And, you know, maybe that's one of the reasons why they're landing it in the water too, just to make sure, because they're doing a lot of tests. The other thing that they're doing, which is kind of crazy, is let's say the entry, let's say the attack, how it's coming in, right? It's going to be coming in hot, guys. It's going to be coming in hot.
Coming in hot.
And then at the last minute doing that spin, right, to slow down. So it'll be coming in super hot, spin last minute, and then slow down and then land in the water. They're doing this to see if they can blow the shit up. No, they're doing it not just to blow it up, but they're doing it to see like how much it can take, number one. Also, how much fuel can they conserve by coming in so hot? So there's a lot. They're doing so much testing on this that this is going to be a really big one for them when it comes to data. So you know, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, it actually gets up there, right? Let's not. I don't want to see a rut before it gets up there. I want to see that Pez dispenser open. That's what I'm really hoping.
Shannon said, I have zero artistic talent. The software is too confusing for me.
Okay.
Peter Werner, wasn't it Microsoft who once told us that Windows 10 would be the last OS we would ever have to buy? Yeah, that's a recurring theme with them.
Yeah, now it's end of life, guys.
Now it's kind of, Apple does the same thing.
Absolutely. Windows 10, end of life. I think it's like October or November. That's
Hey,
it. No more
Jim.
updates. So you're going to migrate to 11 or you're going to get rid of Windows. It's kind of it, it's kind of it. I'm not moving to 11. I can tell you that.
How much time? Where are we at?
We're sitting at still 6:50, and right
Oh,
now
it's
it is
6:25.
6:25. So figure about 20 minutes. They're going to go live, and then I will shut up. So any questions you guys have, put them in the chat right now so I can answer them. Because I'm long-winded with this crap. I'm sorry. I get excited, and then I just go on and on and on. And then she kicks me under the table. You don't see it, but I'm bruised up. By the time I'm out of here, I'm pretty jacked up.
Mo said at least with Apple, it's free. Is it though? No, Mo, because
No, Mo.
no, because I feel like they're like they hold you captive to their software and upgrades, and then they like have a back end way of doing things where you have to continuously pay for this or that.
So what happens with Apple is planned obsolescence, right? Let's all say planned
Well, most that all you have to do
obsolescence.
is go to Apple tree nearest and pick a nice healthy apple. This is
Yes.
true, and not a red one, a green one.
Exactly. Exactly. So planned obsolescence. So what they do is they give you a piece of hardware, but then they only support the hardware for a specific number of iterations of their software. And once you get to that iteration, even though you could technically install the next version, they're like, oh, no, 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 no. We can't have you install that version because the hardware that you have is just simply too old. You're going to have to buy a new laptop. You're going to have to buy a new mini. You're going to have to buy a new iMac. You're going to have to buy a new iPad, whatever. But we're not going to allow you to install the latest OS. So what ends up happening is you end up with what? A doorstop. You end up with a doorstop. Once the years go by, they no longer, once again, planned obsolescence, they force you to buy a new piece of hardware. That's how they work it. So yes, it's free for the software for a specific period of time. And they don't allow you to update anymore. And then once again, you have to buy a new piece of hardware. So is it free?
Nothing is free.
Yeah, there's no free lunch.
Let me see. Hold on.
I am listening.
Cooking jokes on
Are you speaking into this? Or are you talking out?
I'm
about
talking here because the computer
Okay.
is here.
All
Because
right. You know
have
what? I'll
stuff
push the
here.
mic towards you. There.
Good Lord.
This way they can hear you because I'm loud,
Okay.
right? I'm loud.
All
Don't
right.
have to
Let
worry
me get
about
loud.
me, right? I'm always loud.
You're loud. You
I'm
do
loud.
whatever. Craig
you
said,
tell.
will you please stop? Hold on. Oh God, here we go with the stupid thing. Okay.
Is it going to do it? Yeah.
Will you, Craig said, will you stop holding that up? It looks like a woman's toy. LOL. Sorry.
Are you talking about my Starship?
Yes. And then Dutch said that he loves women's toys. LOL.
All right. Well, there we go. Right down right over the cliff. That's it. You should.
Ricky Joe said that he learned a valuable lesson 2 days ago. Never pressure wash a window AC coils. It messes it up. Use a regular hose and Dawn dish soap in a spray bottle with a fine tip brush. This is
There you
true.
go. Helpful advice.
George Ordway, Win 10 security.
Jeez. Yeah.
Ben Timmons, what version of Linux should be used for someone who needs Windows software like Revit or AutoCAD?
So you're not going to use the same software. I mean, I should say that with a caveat. I mean, like I'm using Linux Mint 22.1. I go back on the Life After Microsoft Windows, cutting the cord series I put together, watch some of those videos, and you'll see me test different OSs, different distros is what they call them, different distributions, right? So I ended up settling on Linux Mint 22, and now it's 22.1 because it was very easy to install all the hardware that I have. Those are thermal printers and regular printers and a cutter machine and just everything, right? They just installed. Whereas some of the distributions weren't that nice, let's say. So I like that one, but you know, if you think you're going to, you know, use or you need to use something that's very specific, let's say AutoCAD, and it's highly, let's say needy for the GPU, it might not be a good way to go for you unless they have an alternative that's available.
Oh my God.
So, you know, that's something to consider. I always tell people before they install Linux, test it out on a little drive like this first, plug it in, boot it up, test it, and see what works and what doesn't work. If there is something that is an absolute no-go because you can't get it to run or you can't find an alternative, then don't use it. Just put that's why you unplug it and then boot off your regular drive. That's the easiest way to do it. This way you're not kind of stuck, right? Then you're telling me, Joe, you made me delete everything. Don't delete your stuff. Don't delete your stuff. What were you gonna ask? What were you gonna say?
Um,
You were laughing and then I was talking.
because Johnny Appleseed said if Elon came out with a Starship vibrator, he could make billions more, especially with over-the-air upgrades. Okay.
I guess you can do that with this, I
I
suppose.
mean,
I mean, right now it's just a flamethrower. I mean, you can light cigars with it, I
yeah,
suppose. Or,
Craig, what did you start? I don't know. Mo said a fallback company for Elon, you know.
yeah, he's making plenty of money,
Yes.
guys, at SpaceX Starlink. Once again, it's almost 6 million people now. You know, when I started, it was 112,000. Oh, you know, let's say
Oh my
what is
God.
it? Five
Wait,
point
someone
seven
did
million
ask
or something.
something about, oh, Noel Loyola. This launch is going to increase Starlink speed downloads and uploads.
No, it will not. The reason it won't is because they're just going to be putting dummy satellites. If all goes well and it doesn't blow up, they're going to put out SpaceX Starlink version 3 satellite dummies. They have the same mass, the same everything, same size, whatever. They're going to open up at the top of the fairing up here, right? There's a little door. They're going to open up that door. They call it the Pez dispenser. That door is going to open and it's going to slowly just launch out. I think it's 8 of these look-alike, let's call them, right? That's what they're going to do. So they're not the actual SpaceX Starlink version 3s yet. They still have the version 2 minis, but this if this works, we're not that far away. All right.
Mo said to call it flying pigs, maybe.
Flying pigs?
Yeah.
We could do that. Pigs in a blanket. Flying pigs in a
Flying
blanket. Yeah. So yeah, if they get this right, I'm gonna stand by the end of the year. Before the end of this year, by fourth quarter, I think we're gonna see SpaceX Starlink version 3 is on orbit. We'll see. You can hold me to it. I've been right a lot lately. I don't even know what is going
You're
on.
amazing.
I'm not amazing, but I've just been like accidentally right.
Accidentally right. What is
It
that?
happens every once in a while. I don't know, you know.
I feel like it's a Monday.
It's not Monday.
I know, but I feel like it's a Monday.
It is Monday.
Shannon popping off with 20 more gift
Shannon,
memberships.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Man, we're
If you
getting
are
close.
receiving a gifted membership from Shannon, please reach out and say thank you very much. As well as if you've gotten some from Peter Gosling, please reach out and say thank you. We really
Yes.
appreciate it and
Really helps out the channel
helps
a
to
lot.
continue to grow the channel. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jim McHale said, even a broken clock is
Is-
right twice a day.
Yes, and that's me. My clock has been broken for a long time.
Good
Ask her.
Lord.
She'll tell you.
Oh my God. Let's not even get started on that. Yeah. TikTok.
Yeah. So, um, liftoff. Max Q, 1 minute. 2:45
Yay.
Easter Mako, which would be the main engine cutoff, so on and so forth. I'm going to take you guys through it as we end up, and let's say they finally get this thing to happen. So right now we're still at, let's call it like, what do we want to say, like T minus 15 minutes or something before they go live with their coverage. Like I told you guys before, once they go live, we're going to shut up a little bit and only inject things that are, let's say, pressing. If there's a question that's really good, I might jump in. I'll lower their volume and put my volume back up a little bit. But for the most part, we're going to allow them to take the floor at 6 o'clock or 6:50 Eastern Standard or Eastern Daylight Time tonight. So we're going to let them take the floor and then we'll see. Also, if you're here and you want to stay, I don't know if Elon Musk is going to go live with his mission to Mars speech right after.
Yeah,
or
what
if
time is
he's-
that supposed to?
I don't know. It's originally it was like going to be
I'm
early.
gonna look it up.
It was going to be early, and then they pushed it back to 9 o'clock. Now I'm reading that he's going to go live right after the launch. So I don't know. So if it's going to be right after the launch, I'm just going to stay live. All right. Maybe Fabiola will end up leaving.
I
I'll
may
stay
have to
here
leave because
sweating.
some of us have to get up at the crack ass of dawn
Did you
to,
say crack ass?
yes, crack ass of dawn to
That's true.
go, while the moon is still shining to
Yes.
go to work.
That's true. That's true. So she might not be here, but what I'll probably do is if Elon does go live, I really
You know what
want
I
to
did?
hear. Yeah.
I shared your stuff on Elon's post. I'm gonna get that man to watch it somehow.
Like if Elon really cares about me doing this live.
Care. Shit. I care.
Okay. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Remember me.
Yes, absolutely. I've been doing this for like 40 some months now, right?
Mo said time to light it up. Mo,
gonna
you
light
missed
it
the
up.
first one. Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay. Is it going to be a big burst or is it going to be a slight flame? That's the question. I think
Burst it on yourself. Don't point it towards me.
pointing it towards you.
You're s- Mm.
All right, here we go. Ready? 1 and 2. Let's see.
Oh, it was a little.
Oh, it was a little one, guys.
That's really loud. You know that?
It is pretty loud.
Yeah.
So there you go.
You're cool. Joe cool.
I'm waiting for the next one so I can buy the one that's like I probably won't if they come out with a block 2. So this is a block 1. You can tell it's a block 1 because the little flaps here are big flaps and they're at 180 degrees. The block 2 are sitting at like 140 degrees. So they're tucked in, like let's say a hawk dive bombing, right? They tuck in the wings.
Dive bombing.
So that's what they did here.
That's a very cool
They
word.
dive bomb them. They dive bomb them. So at about 130, 140 degrees, somewhere around there, 150, I don't know, somewhere around there. Don't quote me. And they made them smaller too. So that's one of the things that they're going to be testing today. Besides the relight of an engine in space, and besides the actively cooled tiles, which would be nice, besides the attic not blowing up and burning up and being able to vent itself
Did you see-
properly,
hold on.
besides
Did you see this? It says chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to connect you successfully. What the fuck?
I don't know.
That's a
Don't
bunch of
swear.
shit.
We're going to be demonetized. No swearing. There could be kids. It's not Friday.
Well, it should be. It feels like.
All right, but it's not. It's
It's not.
Tuesday. So
Well, why do they have to
if
do
you want to
that?
hear us swear all the time, Free Speech Friday. On
Yeah.
Fridays, the JC Live Show, you'll hear a lot of that.
Yeah.
We're going to keep it to a bare
Okay,
minimum.
Kevin Demore with a super chat. Thank you very much.
Kevin,
thank you
thank
for
you.
a fun live event for this launch. Is it fun? I feel like I'm dragging.
No, you're not dragging. You're doing a fantastic job and you're not drinking. What are you drinking? Grape juice.
This is an antioxidant. Grape
Yes.
juices from Italy.
Why do
I
I have
suggest
tea
that
and you have grape
everyone
juice?
a grape juice because it's good for you every once in a while.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
Yes, I don't know.
And today was most definitely a grape juice day.
Let me hit a refresh on this page. Let me make sure that nothing has changed here. Let's go to watch. Yep, still 650. I love that. That means you're still on time. I mean, in the past, we've seen those numbers keep, like going backwards. They're not going backwards. That's awesome. That is really good.
That's
Once again,
funny.
thank you so much for the super chats.
Yes,
over
thank
there.
you very much. All right, let me see. Welsh and Son. Oh, Ricky Joe shared his dinner. He's having some ribs and like a good old, Florida cookout. I'm kind of jealous. So
Eat some
I hope it's
barbecue.
good. Yeah.
Some alligator.
Johnny Appleseed. Fabiola's using her Star Trek communicator on her wrist. I'm trying. Beam me up, Elon. Somebody answer.
The communicator.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes, thank you, Mo. If you did receive that free membership, please say thank you to Shannon.
Yes. T minus 12 minutes, guys. 12
Yes.
minutes before they go live.
Kevin Thiel said one day Elon will show up in the chat and none of us will believe it's really him. So true, so
Hello?
true.
This is
And I'll be
Elon.
like, just shut up, have some grape juice.
And then I'll ban them.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. John K. Wolf said that the rocket was being nice to her. It is today. I don't know. Oh my God. Bjorn, have you You have to put some Starship heat tiles between both of you. You are cool and your wife is hot. Oh, thank you.
See that? Oh my God. That is
We'll take
awesome.
it.
That is, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Johnny Appleseed, that thing's gonna rut in your hands.
It could. It could do it. It could do it. Yeah, we don't want to see, that rapid unscheduled disassembly. We don't want to see that happen. Um, I wonder if our friend Bob is in the Turks and Caicos right now. Oh, I don't know.
Did you say his name?
Yeah,
Why?
because he's on here all the time.
Oh.
Yeah, he comes on.
Oh.
He's like, "Hey, I'm here."
Okay,
So-
but does he use his name?
Yeah, it's on
Okay.
here. Absolutely. So, anyways, if you are out there,
Ooh, George Orway.
let us know.
Silver of a new moon tonight should be a great launch. Let me check NOTAMs. Yes, please check. Let me know.
Yeah, but the only thing is with the new moon
It
is
doesn't
you're not
help?
going to have any moonlight when it comes in. So I'm hoping that it returns when there's still a little bit of sunset. That would be sweet. If not, a full moon would be better because you'll be able to see it a little bit better. So
Kevin Demore with 20 gifting memberships.
holy crap,
Thank you, Kevin. If you got one from Kevin, please say thank you.
Kevin. Really appreciate that. That
Very
is
much
really
appreciated.
sweet. That's really nice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, let's see. Skippy USA, Holy Rocket Batman. Dab Oak, JC, you are top notch for me. I'm 67, super programmer.
Oh,
I am
nice.
tech everything. I enjoy your methods.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
You are the man.
I don't know about all that.
Johnny Appleseed, F Word Tuesday. Yes.
Yes, yes. We will reframe. We'll bleep that out later.
Craig said, Joseph, beaten by a big silver cough.
Yes, yes. Guys, look at that back here. Look at the size of that one. That's a pretty big one. And
you
that
see it?
is
Am I
a
in the way?
version, that is a,
Can you see it?
it's pretty big. Can
I was
you
in the
guys see
way.
it?
Now they
You
can
want to
see
grab
it.
it? Or yeah,
Oh,
don't
hold
unplug
on.
or don't grab it. Anyways, so that was printed by a nice friend of the show.
Robbie Giglio.
Robbie, if you're here, Robbie, thank you for that. I'm going to show this off. So this is a block 2, right? This is the block 2. This is the block 1. You can once again see the 180 degrees on those flaps. These flaps are tucked in. And like I was saying, you could actually see all of that heat, all the heat shields only on one side. So if this was to come in like this, and all of a sudden it lost any type of control and it flipped this way, boom. It would just burn up, right? It's just not made to come in like this. It would burn up. So they have to come in almost like a space shuttle. When they come in through the atmosphere, they're going to come in like this, right? And all that heat, all that plasma will be pouring off the bottom of it. But remember, we have these flaps. They're once again smaller flaps, and they're sitting at this about 140, 130, 150 degrees, right? In comparison to like the old block 1 that are sitting at 180, right? So this is kind of cool. This is really cool. Once again, thank you, Robbie, for printing this for the show. I always keep this back there because it's a big rocket.
All right, how much time? Where we at?
Let me see. We are down to 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 7 minutes.
Wow, you guys are getting really crazy with these rocket jokes and comments. You guys are funny.
That's the small one. That's the big one.
Dutch Lennox said that's what she said.
All right, guys. All right. All right. So,
PG-13. What's wrong with you?
Yes.
What's the matter with you?
it's not even PG. It's it's PG-13. It's not R.
Is it really?
Yeah. But then you had to F-bomb show him
Oops.
demonetized.
I did it again.
So, what do we got? Yes, 7 minutes left, guys. 7 minutes, T-minus 7 minutes, and we're gonna hand the floor over to them and see what they have to say. See what they're talking
See what
about.
they have to say.
And hopefully everything works. You know, if something breaks, I'll give you my apology right now. Okay. Once again, this is a brand new DAW. It's a brand new audio interface, a new setup. Everything is new. So
Except for me.
except for Fabiola. And
Okay, really quick,
yeah.
please don't forget to share, like, subscribe, thumbs up, thumbs down, confess, don't confess, F up, F down, whatever. We take it all.
Whatever you want to do, it's all good. It's enjoyable. I like it. I like it all. So, what, like I said, I might stay. I think I'm going to for the Elon Musk.
Talk
I
about it.
guess it's going to be like a, let's call it a mission to Mars briefing. Let's call it that.
Ooh,
A
I like
mission to
that.
Mars briefing.
That
That's what.
sounds fun.
So, that's supposed to happen right after the SpaceX Starship launches and doesn't blow up. So,
Okay, wait, hold on. T minus how much time?
yes, we're down
Shannon
to
is
6
calling me
minutes
out. Six
6
minutes,
minutes,
you
6
guys.
minutes.
T minus 6 minutes
until they go live.
until they go live.
That's not until the launch, but
So
that's
what
until
time is the launch supposed to
well,
be at?
I don't know how long. It just depends on how long they want to stay live for. Usually it's about 20, 30 minutes, maybe less. It just depends. At this point, once they do go live, then we'll be able to hear exactly what's going on. NSF and a lot of the other great folks in the community are covering it also right now, and you can watch on theirs too to see what's going on. But I like to go live and just kind of hang out with you guys, go live with them and see what the official word is, what's going, what is planned, let's say. And my understanding is when I did the last weather check, it's looking good, guys. It's looking good. This is going to happen
Okay, where is this launching from again?
right here.
Okay.
It's in Texas.
In
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah, it's launching out of Texas. Did I give you Cape Canaveral? I think I did give you.
Yeah,
Cape
that's why I'm
Canaveral.
asking.
That is my bad. I am sorry. The weather that I gave you was the wrong weather report.
See?
No, wait a second. No, I gave the right weather report. I just misspoke. Let me just check it. I did give you the weather report. Oh no,
Oh my God,
I didn't.
Joey.
Oh my God. Okay, my
You
bad.
suck.
Let me see. I just suck. Let me
This
see.
is why Shannon called it out. I know everyone
Thank
is
you,
wondering
Shannon.
about the status. Let's hear from Fab, though, as we can get an accurate response.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
That's funny. All right. Wow. No
My bad.
dancing Elon.
Let me see. Do you want me to put a dancer in there? I'll just put him out there. Just should I put him
Okay,
out there?
so
I'm not
it is launching out of where?
out of Texas. Out
Out
of
of-
Space Base. Yeah.
out of-
Actually, now, if you guys don't know and you're new here, Space Base is actually a city. It's incorporated, which is kind of crazy. And the
And-
mayor is like one of the VPs, one of the vice presidents, I think, of of SpaceX. I don't know. You can't make this stuff up, but it's pretty cool. It's definitely cool.
Okay, so
yeah,
it's launching
Starbase,
out of Texas.
86 degrees, 70 to 80% humidity, 10 to 14. It's the exact same. What the hell? 10 to 14 mile per hour winds, gusts 20 knots, which is 18 to 23. Cloud cover 14 to 15%. I think they screwed up because that is the exact same weather report that I gave for here, unless it's the same. Interesting. But anyways, yeah, that's the weather report for Starbase, Boca Chica, Texas. So yeah, like I said,
When
it
you
looks
say
good.
that name, Boca Chica, because I
Boca
think
Chica.
Boca automatically.
Boca,
Boca Raton.
Boca Raton,
Raton.
Boca Chica. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
What are we seeing? 650, and we're at 647, 3 minutes, supposedly when they're gonna go live. Nothing has changed so far. I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page again, make sure nothing's changed. And yeah, still says 650, so we're good.
Yes.
good.
Shannon wanted to know about the bathroom real quick. Shannon, I'm waiting on my plumber to come tomorrow because we were going to put in, or Joe's going to put in the vanities. But of course, this house is so fabulous that we have to move the plumbing. So 2
Plumbing
weeks
has to-
behind schedule now.
Plumbing has to go like from here to 1 foot
Yeah.
this way.
So anyways, that's an update on that. Going back to the Starship.
Yes. Do not get into the bathroom with Starship.
Yeah.
So yes, we have like T minus just a couple of minutes when they're going to go live, and we'll give them the floor. And I'm hoping this is going to happen quickly. They're going to launch quickly and not anything blowing up. Everything is good so that we can get immediately into that, let's say, non-catch catch in the Gulf of America. That's going
Ricky,
to
okay,
happen.
so Ricky Joe
I think it's
is
going to be the Gulf of America. I don't know.
Ricky Joe's in Palatka, Florida, and
How
it's
you doing, Ricky Joe?
raining.
It's raining in Palatka.
He's having his barbecue though, so
Nice.
it's good. And Peter Werner, well, it's definitely the weather here in Cologne. Here it's pouring like waterfall and pitch black at 1 o'clock at night.
Jeez, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Speed Racer finally made it home for the rocket. The city is trying to use YouTube communities. Suck on iPhone. LOL.
Yes.
I
Yep.
know. George Ordway, Boca, Texas versus Boca, Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Boca, Texas would win on that one.
Probably. I don't know, but listen, guys, if you guys don't know it, our Space Coast, we will have a Starbase 2. So it's going to actually have another location where they're going to be launching the Starship, and all commercial launches are going to happen here out of Florida, and all of the test flights, my understanding is, will be happening out of Texas. So that's really good because moving forward into next year, I believe, I think next year, before the end of next year, I believe they're going to be able to launch here. And if that's the case, it's 3 hours up the road, guys. You're going to be seeing some Starship launches from me live in the not so distant future. So I'm excited about that. That's going to be cool. So let me see. It still says 650. Let me go and refresh, make sure we're still good. Says we're still good. So 650 is it. And it is now 650. So they need to go live.
Maybe they're running
see.
behind schedule.
It seems like they're running behind. We'll get their screen large as soon as they do go live.
Flying Pretzel, Gulf of America.
The Gulf of America.
America.
Yes, Gulf of America.
Let's
Let's
What were
see.
you gonna say?
Yeah, so once again, if this happens right after this launch and this let's call it what did I call it? I think it was pretty good. It was the Elon Musk, let's say, update as far as the Mars mission.
Did you just forget what you called
Yeah,
it?
I don't
I
know.
wasn't
The
remembering.
Mars mission update, let's call it. So if that
Briefing.
happens right
You said
after
briefing.
yes, the Elon Musk Mars mission briefing. If that does happen immediately thereafter, I'm going to stay live for it, and I'm going to put him on, and we're going to listen to
Can
that
you
too.
stream him without being demonetized?
I don't care,
Okay,
but
just
yes.
saying. I'm
But
just asking.
yeah, I think so. I don't see why not. Any coverage is good coverage. when it comes to this
Understood.
kind of stuff.
Dutch said after launch I'll go to bed. Then it'll be way midnight for me.
Yes.
Yes, I might not be here either, Dutch, because yeah,
It'd probably be me starving with no
Joe
food.
will just sit here with you guys. Oh, Woti Clips. I hope they beefed everything up so the hot stage doesn't do another RUD.
Yes. Yeah, I'm hoping for no RUD also. So we'll see. We'll see. There's so much that is new, that is new and old. Because remember, there's a lot of things that didn't get tested on test flight 7, that didn't get tested on test flight 8 because they both blew up. So there's a lot of new things that they're testing, but also old things from test 8 and test 7 that they haven't tested yet. So, this is going to be a really important flight. And since they're going to take this thing back into the atmosphere, just super hot, and then just flip it, kind of like, their attack is going to be, instead of like this, their attack is going to be like crazy to really get down as quick as possible. Last minute, flip that thing around, slow down, and then land in the Gulf of America. That is going to put a ton of stress on the craft. And that's what they want, because, you don't want to put a ton of stress on a craft that actually have people on board, right? So if you blow these things up, they're okay with it. They're all right. Because remember, this is going to be a scrap anyways, right? They're going to be getting rid of it. It's going to be landing once again.
Ivan Baez said 7:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Yep.
They are live now, Bailey just said.
All
So
right.
are
So
you-
let's go ahead and see. I'm going to hit it. There you go. It's coming in.
Here we go, guys.
There it is. There it is. So there's still, it's not all the way in yet, but there we go. Looking like it, looking like it. Can you guys hear their music? Let me know in the chat right now. Can you hear their music in the chat? No. Interesting. Okay. Are you hearing that?
Nope.
No. Okay. All right. We'll fix that.
Hang in there.
I don't know why that's not going through.
Wouldn't it be the audio on YouTube up here? You passed up here? Oh, it says chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Such bull.
Good afternoon, Space Fam, and welcome to Starbase. I'm Jesse Anderson, a Senior Production Engineering Manager at SpaceX.
And I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. Awesome to have you with us here in Texas, Jesse. Welcome to Starbase. First time, right?
Thank you so much, Dan. Yeah, my first time here, and it is mind-blowing. I went out to the pad this morning, and the scale of the vehicle is just insane.
Dwarfs ever.
Watching at home, in case you missed the news. Watching at home, in case you missed the news. Starbase is no longer officially an incorporated city.
Let me know if
Texas,
any
and we'll have
audio stuff comes
city
through.
that a little bit later today.
Yeah,
We'll have
right now, though, we are
that
counting down to Starship. Right now, though, we are counting down to Starship, targeting the very start of our window. Currently targeting the very start of our window. Good news, 30 p.m. right up front, not tracking any issues with the vehicle. Not tracking any issues out there right now. Rain this morning, little bit of wind. Nothing now, nothing to worry about. Looking good for a launch.
Starship development is moving quickly here at Starbase. So fast, in fact, that we already are reflying the Super Heavy booster today, which last flew on Flight 7. The primary objectives for today are very similar to our last two attempts, except for the booster, which, in addition to flying for the second time, has an exciting return journey planned for its return back to Earth.
That's right. It's going to be getting some serious rigor, and pretty important, we are not going to be attempting to catch the booster today. We're going to use this launch to kind of further accelerate the development. We're putting Super Heavy kind of through the ringer, some serious rigor. We're going to go through all of that in just a couple of minutes. We're also hoping to get Ship into space, and it's got a couple of objectives like deploying simulated Starlink satellites and then a range of experiments during its reentry. We're really trying to test the limits, the capabilities of that heat shield, the flaps, the structure, everything about it. Primary payload on this flight, once again, as always, is data.
It's definitely a very big day for both stages. There's always a chance we don't reach every objective that we set for ourselves, but success comes from what we learn on days like today. And of course, whatever happens, excitement is guaranteed.
Yeah, that's right. Progress is not measured by single flight tests. It's whatever that timeline overall is, and getting us closer to establishing self-sustaining civilization on Mars, making life multiplanetary. Every time we're learning something from these flights that will get us there, that is progress.
Exactly. Starship is the first orbital launch vehicle engineered to be fully reusable and built for frequent flight and heavy payloads, just like today's commercial airliners.
It's the product of years of rapid development, testing, iteration. We're trying to fly as frequently as possible, fix problems as they appear, and then fly again. It all started here at Starbase back with Starhopper. It was a small single Raptor prototype, kind of looked like a water tower. We turned it into a water tower eventually. It made its first low altitude hop back in 2019 here at Starbase. You could tell the pad, that's the pad that we were just looking at. It looks dramatically different now, two towers. But Starhopper delivered. It was able to prove that we could use that Raptor engine for controlled takeoff and landing.
And that is so wild to see that there on your screen was just 6 years ago. And now we're here today with a full size vehicle. So from there, we moved to full size test articles with increasingly complex test flights that reached progressively higher altitudes. And each test shaped the Starship that we see today on the pad, a stronger, taller, and more refined vehicle.
That's right. All right. Now, let's go out there and meet it. Starship is made up of two parts. First, on the bottom, the Super Heavy booster, powered by 33 Raptor engines. Both Super Heavy and Ship are running on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. That second stage, the Starship upper stage, is powered by 6 of those Raptor engines. 3 of them are optimized to sea level performance, 3 for vacuum, so operating while they're in space. And here's a quick look under the hood at all of those Raptors. On the left, that's a view from underneath the launch mount. That's 33 Raptor engines on the first stage, on the booster. And on the right, that's a view inside of the ship. So you're looking down at the top of the booster at 6 Raptor engines inside the ship. Those are what's going to power it to orbit. Now, that second stage is also what will one day carry cargo, payloads, people, everything that's going to space. It's also going to be responsible for in-space propellant transfer. That's where we're going to take 2 starships, meet them up in orbit. One will be able to transfer propellant to the other. That's a really critical capability for Starship to do all of these missions beyond low Earth orbit. It also unlocks our ability to send huge amounts of cargo, tremendous amounts of people to destinations far beyond Earth.
Yeah, the Super Heavy booster is designed to launch, separate, flip, and return to the launch site where it can be caught by the chopsticks on the launch tower. Though, as we mentioned earlier, we are not attempting a booster catch today on Flight 9. Starship re enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch. And both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first rocket in history that will be fully reusable.
And then just in between the two vehicles is what's known as the hot stage ring. That's a steel structure that really takes the brunt of those ship engines as they ignite, protecting the booster while the ship's still attached to it. That enables us to do hot staging. It's faster, more efficient, kind of shutting everything down and then reigniting. Right now, that hot stage it's single use. It detaches from the booster as it flies back, but in the future, it's going to be integrated right into the top. And then on top of all of that, there's all of the infrastructure that's built up around it to support Starship. We call it Stage Zero. That's everything: the launch pads, the propellant farm, launch towers, chopsticks that are catching the booster out of the air, stacking the ship, all of that. And you may have noticed we have a new addition out there near the pad. The orbital launch mount for Pad 2 has officially been installed. That's starting to come together. Just like Pad 1, Pad 2 has a launch mount. That's where you're going to put Super Heavy on top. We also have a launch tower with arms, a little bit shorter on that one. That's going to be used to stack the Starship on top, put the booster on top, catch the booster, catch the Starship. We did put the orbital launch mount on there. That's responsible for routing all of the propellant to the booster ahead of flight. Underneath it, you've got flame deflectors, the water deluge system to disperse all of those forces. The single piece we just lifted in weighs about 1,060 metric tons, which, if you're keeping score at home, that's the same weight as about 10 Millennium Falcons. It's heavy.
That's a lot of Millennium Falcons,
So
Dan. We're also currently in work on Starship's brand new pad at Kennedy Space Center's Launch Complex 39A, and we're hoping to bring that online later this year as well. Tons of progress with Starship so far in 2025, and lots of incredible milestones still coming up. And we are still on track to lift off tonight at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And right now, it's time to say hi to Chris, who's over there repping the West Coast ops today. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Jesse and Dan, and welcome everyone to West Coast and Hawthorne, California. As you can see behind me, the crowd is gathering outside of our mission control room here in Hawthorne, and the excitement is really palpable as we continue to count down towards Starship's 9th flight test. Now, our mission control room here in Hawthorne usually serves as the mission control room for our Falcon and Dragon missions once they launch from Florida and California. Now, with Starship, all countdown and mission control operations actually use the same flight control team from the same location at Starbase, which you can see on your screen now. But as we develop a vehicle like Starship, we want as many experts watching over its various systems as we can. And that's what we use the mission control room here in Hawthorne for during Starship flight tests like today's. The folks in mission control, which you see now on your screen, are the responsible engineers for Starship's various systems. This includes things like booster systems, stage propellant, our ground stations, flight software, the loads, and the vehicle structures as well. And having this support gives the flight teams in Starbase immediate access to our engineers' knowledge, which is really, really important when we're making informed decisions very quickly in a test program like this. This setup has been great for Starship flight tests so far, as we've handled things like propellant temperature differences, as well as day of launch winds that can affect the loads placed on Starship structures during launch, and particularly during the descent of the Super Heavy booster back to Earth. So having all of these responsible engineers ready to support is crucial during Starship testing, where we place hardware in flight conditions quickly to iterate and make the best and most reliable rocket that we can. So it's definitely a full house, a growing full house here in Hawthorne for our 9th flight of Starship today. Every flight brings us a step closer to a future where Starship is flying multiple times a day. And I'm sure you all feel the same way down there in Texas, Dan and Jesse, but I can't wait to see Starship's launch today. How about you?
Yeah, can't wait to see it, Chris. As you can see, props loading on the vehicle is just a little under 2 miles away from us, and we're really excited. Looking back real quick, so back in March, Starship's 8th flight test saw us catch the Super Heavy booster for the 3rd time ever, another big step on that path to full and rapid reusability. Unfortunately, the Starship upper stage did experience what we call a rapid, unscheduled disassembly before it finished its climb to space, which meant we didn't reach all of those additional mission objectives that we had set.
About 5.5 minutes into ship's Ascent burn, a hardware failure in one of its sea-level Raptor engines took out that engine, the 2 remaining sea-level engines, and a Raptor vacuum engine. That's 4 of the 6 engines that ship has. This was a different failure than we saw on Flight 7, and the fixes that we put in place did work as expected. So this was a new issue on Flight 8. Now, welcome to iterative engineering.
That's right. Losing hardware is a potential outcome of any test program. That's why we're always prepared with safety measures in place and also ready to have boots on the ground to assist with anything like debris cleanup. We can coordinate with all the necessary parties, organizations, administrations for safety in advance and in an ongoing basis during our test campaigns to plan for as many possible outcomes. Definitely do want to say thank you, though, to the people of the Bahamas, the government of the Bahamas, who worked with us so closely since
We
Flight
don't
8.
have anything on the
We
screen,
took
right?
full responsibility for the cleanup, and in doing so, we had people on the ground in the Bahamas within 12 hours to help with debris recovery. So all that said, we're moving forward in our development cycle with safety at the top of mind, and we fly again today to get this current iteration of ship to space and back.
That's right. Putting hardware in a flight environment as frequently as possible so you're seeing how things behave all together in the real world. Then you're solving problems as they pop up. That's how SpaceX developed their very first rocket, Falcon 1. Same philosophy was used to develop Falcon 9.
Today, we're looking to get our first re-entry with the latest iteration of ship while intentionally stressing the Super Heavy vehicle during its return to get data on its boundaries. And by stressing, we mean that we'll be pushing the flight envelope of Super Heavy as we fly at a higher angle of attack during descent towards the Gulf. Angle of attack in this case means that Super Heavy is pitched up to maximize drag and slow return. Because of this test, we will not be attempting to catch and recover Super Heavy, which again is flying for its 2nd time today. So for a brief moment, this booster will hold the title as the Super Heavy flight leader.
That's right. All right. Lot still ahead for today. Let's get into it real quick with this overview. As always, everything starts with a liftoff. 33 Raptor engines igniting, Super Heavy pushing itself and Starship into ascent over the Gulf. It's going to continue for about 2.5 minutes before we get to hot staging. Ship will ignite in its engines. Booster will do its boost back burn and begin its flight experiments back for a hard splashdown in the Gulf of America. Meanwhile, ship continues its burn into space.
And ship will remain suborbital. We will be deploying 8 Starlink simulator satellites and then head towards re-entry. We'll relight a Raptor engine as well as test experiments during re-entry, such as missing tiles, metallic tiles, loading the vehicle's flaps, and then ship will attempt a flip maneuver. And if all goes planned, we'll conclude the test with a soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. So that's what we have on the menu for Flight 9 today.
So
Whole lot.
Starlink,
Flight
those
8's
duds
RUD
are
taught
going to
us new
happen.
lessons about Starship hardware, specifically the Raptor engines. And as we touched on earlier, the root cause was traced to a hardware failure in one of Starship's 3 center Raptor engines.
Yeah, just since that flight, We've done more than 100 long duration Raptor tests at our facility in McGregor.
That's so wild.
Huge shout out to that team for really putting in the work
That's
to
just
better
one.
understand what happened. As a result, the
Elon
engines
and
that are
his
on
people, they're
Starship's
so
upper stage on
dumb.
the pad right behind us
Yeah.
have
They're
a
so
few
dumb.
changes.
Yeah.
One of the key ones we did was
Stupid.
additional preload on some of the joints, essentially some additional torquing, a new nitrogen purge system for the engines themselves, and made some improvements to the propellant drain system.
After our first ever super heavy refurb campaign, we static fired with all 33 Raptor engines. This was a chance to see all the hardware operating together, and for this flight, our teams had an opportunity to make adjustments or hardware replacements for this first ever reflight of the super heavy booster.
And then it
20
was
minutes
ship's
left, right?
turn. We took it through several static fires.
Yeah. 20 minutes. Yeah.
First, we did this short duration single engine burn to simulate an in space reignition of Raptor using those header tanks, those smaller tanks up in the nose cone. We also completed a longer duration 60-second burn with all 6 engines. So where you're really putting the entire propulsion system that's going to be used for the ship's ascent into space through the paces, making sure everything's working together before we go stack it on the pad.
And in the end, these changes represent the core of our test program. And reflying a booster for the first time is a major milestone, especially so early in the flight test program. Now, Falcon did it in just over 30 flights.
And Starship's doing it today on just its 9th flight. It's not wild just because of how much faster that is, but just how much bigger Starship is. Falcon 9 can lift about 23 metric tons into orbit. Starship is designed to lift 200.
That is so exciting. And on top of that, we're also reflying engine 314 for its 3rd flight, which you might recall is the engine with a pie on the nozzle. And there you can see that engine there. It is a milestone, most definitely, but we do remain focused on getting to the point where no refurbishment is needed between any of the flights.
Yeah, that means we want to launch it, bring it back, look at it, reload propellants, go again. That is really what's key. That is what full and rapid reusability will look like.
We're coming to you today from Star Factory, our new 1 million square foot manufacturing facility in Starbase, Texas. The Super Heavy booster is the first stage of the Starship launch vehicle stack. It's the largest boost stage ever developed for any rocket ever. Having the largest rocket ever is a very cool engineering feat, but the thing that really makes a difference is the ability to rapidly reuse that rocket to launch many other missions. Reflying Booster 14 is an important first milestone in that we have proven that we can recover a vehicle, turn it around, and fly it a second time. But it's not a victory lap yet.
From an operational perspective, an ideal state looks like a vehicle where very few things have to happen on it in order to take back off again. So we catch the vehicle, put it back onto
Thank
the
you,
launch
Mark, for the
mount,
super chat.
put a
Really
new ship
appreciate
back on
that.
top
Thank you.
with its payload, refuel, and take back off. And that same booster will come back to the launch mount, and we do the same thing all over again. Falcon is, reusing at a pretty high rate, and we get to go look at them and say, what did you learn? What is good? What is bad? And as we continue to build the Starship process.
Zero-touch refurbishment really looks like a commercial airliner. The advantage we have on Booster relative to when we developed Falcon 9, for instance, is this was really designed from the outset for rapid reusability.
We're using all of the flight test learnings from our version 1 and version 2 vehicles in our orbital flight test campaign to inform the design of our version 3 vehicle.
The next generation vehicle will be the first time that we've really attempted to make rapidly reusable thermal protection on a rocket. In the next iteration, we'll be able to add in new innovative materials and regenerative cooling that will enable rapid zero-touch refurbishment.
Rapid reusability, the ability to fly, turn the vehicle around, and refly again immediately is really the key goal of the Starship program.
It is so cool to see our teams working together as Starship is learning from Falcon with reusability, and now we're seeing Starship do the same thing today. So all eyes on the rocket on the pad, getting ready to launch in just about 17 minutes from now.
That's right. Looking at our levels real quick, we're a little bit more than halfway full on fuel and LOX on the booster, over 80% full on the ship. Still have to fill those header tanks, but everything looking good. We're not tracking any issues on the range. As a reminder, we watch sea states, air and land around the launch site here and also over in the Indian Ocean where we're going to be doing our reentry, not tracking any
Trash
blockers to
man,
launch
where's
at the
the blonde
moment.
suit
Weather is
spokesperson?
gorgeous, has not been a concern all
Wrong
day for
channel.
launch. We've been moving through all of our pre-flight checkouts pretty smoothly so far this morning,
No
getting
blondes
the
here.
ship and the booster ready for
Sorry.
prop load, making sure guidance, navigation, and control are aligned. Everything's ready to go. You can see with the
83%
frost
liquid
coming off,
oxygen.
we're getting pretty
Getting there.
full. We started loading all of the
57 on the
propellants
Super
on
Heavy.
board both ships about 45 minutes or so before launch. They kind of stagger where we start with ship and then move into booster. We're going to continue loading these propellants on board until just about 3 minutes before liftoff. We'll close out on the ship first and then on the booster. But bottom line, everything's looking great. Not tracking any vehicle issues, range
Love it.
issues, weather issues. We're looking really good right now for a launch at the top of our window right at 6:30 p.m. Central.
Yeah, seeing the propellant loading is making this getting more and more exciting. Today is going to be a wild ride for Super Heavy. We're putting the booster through several tests to expand the envelope on its capabilities and get flight data to make its return and catch more reliable. Now, another unique change in today's flight will be the addition of the first ever directional flip of the booster.
That's right. If you followed previous flights and you kind of wondered to yourself, why does the direction the booster flip seem random? Surprise, it's because it was. Uh, we've got a couple of views from previous flights where you'll see the booster kind of go in different directions. And it was really small differences in the thrust of those ship engines. As they started up, they would nudge the booster in an initial direction. And so the booster would essentially sense that and then lean into it and it'll react, the engines will gimbal, and then it'll continue the flip. That was the easiest option technically, but you do take some performance hits since you're essentially setting aside propellant to accommodate every single direction for a flip.
Exactly. But if we know which direction we're flipping, then we know how much propellant we will need and can instead use more of the propellant to burn longer during ascent, adding more velocity to ship and increasing how much payload it can ultimately deliver to space.
Yeah, so today I got my trusty Super Heavy here. We're going to intentionally try to flip straight up. So as you're separating from the ship, we want to get to here as you're doing that boost back burn. The fastest way is to just flip straight up and go into it. That's roughly what we did on flight 5. It's the most direct way to get into that orientation for the boost back burn. What you don't want to do is when you flip all the way down like that, we did that on flight 7. It takes you in a big loop, uses the most amount of prop, not efficient. We're at the point where we want to start kind of tuning it in and getting some extra performance out of the booster.
Yeah, exactly. That's called optimization.
That's right.
To accomplish this, we made some changes to the hot stage adapter, welding reinforced panels over the vents in the direction that we want the booster to go. So when the ship engines ignite, the thrust will push against the blocked vents, which means that the nudge will be in the direction that we planned for. And then when we go to the next generation of ship and booster, we plan to control the flip direction by fine tuning the engine startup sequence on the ship.
Yeah, that's not the only flight experiment that we have planned for the booster today. We're not attempting a catch, so we're going to try and gather additional data that's going to improve performance on future boosters. We're also going to try and see how resilient we are to things like losing an engine during the landing burn. By sending the booster out to sea, we're able to do these higher risk tests without risking the launch pad. As you might have heard earlier, we're going to be doing what's called a higher angle of attack. Basically, instead of coming straight down, we're going to tilt up a little bit. That gets you more drag on the booster. You're able to use just aerodynamic forces to slow you down. The slower you're going at the start of that landing burn, the less propellant you need, because really you're just focused on slowing down as much as humanly possible when you fire that up. So by already going a little bit slower, we'll get some benefits to our performance and our reliability on those burns.
Yeah, exactly. And there's definite uncertainty in how well the booster's grid fins and structure will be able to control its flight when we get into higher angles. So don't be surprised if it isn't a smooth descent for the booster down to its splashdown point today. The most important objective of this portion of the test will be getting actual flight data to help anchor our models. Now, we're hoping to fly the next generation of super heavy boosters at even higher angles of attack. So this test today will give us a better idea of what is feasible. Now, on top of all of this, we're going to see how resilient Super Heavy is to engine failures at the most critical times.
Yeah, we're going to intentionally disable one of those 3 center engines and instead use an engine from the middle ring that's kind of right behind it. Those center engines are what we nominally use at the very last part of a landing burn as you're just kind of fine tuning the booster's path into those waiting chopstick arms. This is going to act as a real world simulation of a pretty scary situation where engines are not starting at the probably the worst possible time, but we're going to do this without risking the pad. And then at the very end of the landing burn, we're going to cut one more engine off and go down to only those two center engines. The burn is going to end while Super Heavy is still several hundred feet above the Gulf. So we expect it to make a pretty hard splashdown today. So, in all, pretty eventful day for the booster.
And as many of you may know, water landings are actually uncommon for SpaceX. While other launch providers expend all of their boosters after flight, we land and reuse most of ours. All of these tests are going to help us improve future generations of Super Heavy until we reach its fundamental design, a fully and rapidly reusable and reliable rocket. All right, let's check back in with Chris in Hawthorne. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Jesse, my colleagues here in Hawthorne definitely agree with you. We can't wait to see the Super Heavy perform its second flight and see all of the work from our thousands of engineers and technicians in action today. Now, while this reuse milestone is incredibly important for Starship's development, Super Heavy boosters are not the only vehicles that we reuse here at SpaceX. We're big on reuse, and our Dragon fleet is another example of that reuse. And we actually control those Dragon missions from right here in Hawthorne in the mission control room that we talked about a little bit earlier. For Dragon and our human spaceflight program, this month also marks a big milestone for SpaceX, our 5-year anniversary of human spaceflight. Now, NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley got us started back on Demo 2, which was notable for being the first time since the retirement of the shuttle program in 2011 that people launched to orbit from US soil. Now, in those 5 years, we have launched 17 human spaceflight missions, 11 for NASA, and 6 commercial missions, including Polaris Dawn, with our first commercial spacewalk in history, and From 2 earlier this year, which became the first human spaceflight mission ever to explore Earth's polar regions. We've flown a total of 66 crew in those 5 years, and we are expecting that number to grow significantly in the coming years. Now, most recently on our From 2 mission, the crew offered unique glimpses into the orbital spaceflight experience. And this was honestly just so cool to see. Thank you to our Starlink teams for making everything with the From 2 crew shared possible. This honestly made me feel like I was right there with them in Dragon. They were living, they were working, they were relaxing, they were doing their experiments while also having fun. Basically, just being people and inviting us along for the ride. And that was really meaningful. Being invited up there really showed how these are just the early days on the road to making life multiplanetary. And the vehicle that's going to make all of that happen is Starship. And Dan and Jesse, I don't know about you, but that is definitely a future I have wanted since I was a little kid, and I cannot wait to see us make it a reality.
Yeah, right there with you, Chris. It's the fact that we're getting close to that being reality, that the vehicle that's going to go is sitting on the pad right there. Like, that's endlessly exciting. All of that's going to include sending humans, all of the infrastructure for a permanent presence on Mars. And we're looking ahead to sending the very first Starships to Mars as early as next year.
Yeah, this will help prove that we can actually get to Mars with a focus on learning as much as possible while demonstrating what will be needed for Mars transit and landing. But before we can make life multiplanetary, we have to build the starships that will make this all possible.
That's right. And that's happening right here, Starbase, Texas, the gateway to Mars. This is where we're soon going to be launching up to 25 Starship launches per year from here at Starbase. And the place is changing every single day. We've grown quite a bit just in the last couple of years. There's a couple hundred employees, their families living amongst actual rockets. We're in the process of expanding production and integration. We've got a target of 1,000 Starships a year we're going to try to hit. And recently, we did become a city of our own. We're the first city in Cameron County in 30 years. And that's just going to help us scale more quickly, try to build out the best community possible for all the people that are building the future of humanity's place in space. Starbase, pretty easily one of the most inspiring, exciting, unique places to live and work on the planet. As usual, shameless plug, we're always hiring. Come help us build the gateway to Mars. visit spacex.com/careers. You can see all of our openings.
And this is my first time in Starbase. And Dan, the Star Factory is a manufacturing engineer's dream. To be able to build a factory like this at such a large scale with such a large scale vehicle is so wild to me. And though I'm just visiting, Chris is hanging out right where I call home base. So let's check back in with Chris in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, everything here in Hawthorne is looking good. The crowd is gathered, really excited to watch the hard work of all of their colleagues come to fruition here for Starship on its 9th flight test. Not tracking any issues. We are excited to watch Starship do its thing today, make it halfway around the world, and test a lot of those critical in-space maneuvers and operations that will be vital for the program's continued operation. So Dan and Jesse, we can't wait for liftoff. Let's have a good flight today.
Thanks, Chris. Now, if you're just now joining us, where have you been? But we're glad that you're joining us now. We are at T-minus just under 6 minutes until liftoff of the 9th Starship test flight. So far, the range is looking good. All the airspace and trajectory area that we are going to be
6 minutes,
launching
guys.
through
6 minutes.
is looking good for our test flight today. Weather has been great. It was a little rainy and windy this morning, but it cleared up. It looks beautiful here in Starbase, and propellant loading continues on both stages.
All right, yeah, it is continuing. We're a little over 90% full on our booster. We are pretty much full in the main tanks on ship, filling up those header tanks. We're going to continue loading prop for about 2 more minutes. Once we're done with that, you've got just under 11 million pounds of liquid propellant spread across those 2 stages. After we get through all of that prop load, our stage 0 will get ready. The ground systems will go through pushbacks, clearing all of those fluid feed lines back to the propellant farm, getting ready for launch. We did just see they did a flap wiggle check. So the final flap check on the ship. We're doing final alignments of the guidance, navigation, and control system, our thrust vector control, essentially our steering, checkouts of the flight safety system. So everything progressing right now. If we do need to hold, that can come at T-minus 40 seconds. That's a point built into the countdown where we can pause to wait for any final checkouts, pressurizations, anything that we need to complete. We can hold there. We will only hold there if we're tracking an issue. We're not currently tracking anything that will hold us at T-minus 40 seconds.
Craig
but if you've seen a Starship launch before, they can happen. We can push through them and then launch that day still.
Exactly. But when we do pass through T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure, ship goes to internal power, and then after that, the quick disconnect or QD arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction just shortly after T-minus 0. And once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we do still have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds, and then hold there to assess what happened and see if we can proceed again back down to T0.
Yeah, there are a couple of things, kind of gates in that timeline that if we pass through that and we hit a hold, we'd have to scrub for the day. One pretty visual one will be if the water starts flowing for that deflector system that's underneath the launch mount. That happens right at around T-minus 10 seconds. For flowing water, we can't turn it off after it starts. And if we hit a hold, we're scrubbed for the day. We would need to refill those water tanks. We would also at that point need to refill all of the propellant tanks, as 11 million pounds of propellant is a whole lot. We can typically do that in about 24 hours, so we can always turn around to try again tomorrow. But we are coming up on 3 minutes away from liftoff. We should be hearing that we're closed out of prop load on the ship at this point. Booster coming
Under
up
3 minutes,
shortly.
guys. We are here. Look at this. Man, we've been waiting for this. This is awesome.
Weather just looks amazing there with Starship on the launch pad. Just about 2 minutes and 45 seconds from T0 with a lot of objectives for today. The booster, the Super Heavy booster flying today, will be flying for its 2nd time. Last flight was on flight 7 and just turned around in 2 flights, which is pretty incredible.
The buttons.
I'm super excited to see that booster fly again.
Look at that.
All right, we did just hear we are going to hold at T-minus 40 seconds.
Oh, interesting. They're going to hold.
So we'll pass along some more information once we hear that reason. But again, that's That's not the end of the day. We can hold at T
The
minus 40
question is that
seconds
you
for
from a drone or a
quite a few
chopper,
minutes.
Shannon
We
said.
eventually have to start looking at our temperature of all of our propellant on
Little
board. That's
hazy down
usually
there.
what
Yeah.
drives us to, if we've held too long, we have to stand down for the day. So we are expecting a hold at T minus 40 seconds.
Wow. I wonder what's happening. Everything was
Sounds like
perfect.
we're going to be doing some additional checkouts on the booster Raptor
Mo
while
said,
we're at
don't
that T
hold, go
minus
to the
40-second
toilet.
mark.
Damn it.
Don't hold, just let it
We
rip.
will expect to see the clock
Craig said,
pause
no,
at
not the
T minus
flop.
40.
Not a flop.
And then again, we've got a couple of minutes. They can
Come on
work through
now.
the issues. If
Come
we're able to
on.
clear
So it's
them,
gonna
we can
hold
still
at
launch
T
today.
minus
If
40.
it's something that
Don't
we
do
can't,
this.
we can always stand down, turn around, recycle, fly again tomorrow.
Oh, no.
You will not stand down.
you
will
shall
Again, that's really
not.
important. This is what terminal
You will
count is
not
exactly
fly
for,
tomorrow
is to be
at
checking the
5:13.
vehicle, monitoring the vehicle systems as it makes its way down to
It's the
T0. And again, this gives us the
It's
ability to
snowing.
catch anything and be able to hold, as Dan has been
Wow.
saying, and recycle if we need to, or pause so that we can work through those issues and see if it's something that we need to stand down for.
Is it snowing?
And
Yeah,
as
it started
Dan
snowing, you
mentioned, we will
guys.
be holding at T minus 40 seconds, so in about 20 seconds from now.
Come on, come on, come on.
Yeah, so we'll hold there, and they'll work through these final checkouts on, sounds like just one of those Raptors on the first stage on Super Heavy, which,
Oh,
as you said,
interesting.
we're reflying it for the first time. 29 of those 33 engines have already been used in a launch, one of which has already launched
Even if a couple
Twice,
go out, it
and
will
twice.
still be fine.
It's getting ready for its third
time.
And
They're
you
going
just
to
heard our flight
purposely
director for the day,
take a few of them out
Joe Sliker.
on
He
landing
just
later
shared
on,
that we
so-
are going to hold at this T minus 40-second mark. Keep an eye on one of those Raptor engines on booster.
Right. 40 seconds holding, guys. 40 seconds holding. It's literally the size of like a building. It's massive. Massive.
And if you're just now jumping in, we are holding still at T minus 40 seconds. Watching one engine, waiting for temperatures to kind of get to a zone that we want them to on one of the engines on the booster, on the Super Heavy booster, getting
I
ready
need to borrow your rocket.
for
Yeah, I
its
think
second
so,
ever flight.
Craig. No, the other one.
The big one? Yeah.
Mo said suddenly
We'll just
someone has
continue
to
to
go
hold. Again, we
pee.
can
The
hang out
door's
here for
locked.
several minutes. We held for a while on the first attempt last time and then cleared it, and then we triggered a different issue on the ground side.
But again, this is exactly what it's for. This gives
Come
us
on,
the best
people,
chances
do
at
it. Let it
success.
rip. Oh, there he
And the
goes.
clock
We're
is
counting
rolling.
down. 35 seconds,
go.
people. 30,
All right.
35 seconds.
T
Here we
minus
go.
30. Let's listen in. Watch that first
Woo!
flight
There
proven
it is.
Super Heavy. Get ready to
Here we
take
go,
off
here
from
we go.
Starbase.
Let me I'm going to tick.
You want the one at all?
What happened?
Oh, come on.
No.
We did have a hold, and looks
Stop
like the
it.
clock jumped back to T minus
Psych.
40 seconds.
Come on.
All right, so yep, we jumped out. I did not see the deflector go off. So hopefully we were right at around that T minus 10-second mark.
And if we were before that T minus 10-second mark, we do have the ability to recycle, as we mentioned earlier, back to T minus 40 seconds.
So it looked like this time it was a ground side issue. We're taking a look at this real quick. So again, we're
It's
back at
Mo's
T
fault.
minus
We're gonna
40.
blame
We're
it
going
on
to hold
Mo.
for a little bit.
Come on, we need to launch this thing.
We are still not scrubbed for the day. Give them a couple of minutes to work through this. Again, we can hang out at T minus 40 for several
I had
minutes.
to reschedule
Eventually,
stuff. You
we
better
start
make
looking
that thing go
at
off.
your
Launch
bulk
it.
temperatures and all of your propellant on board the vehicle. We're not actively replenishing the propellant on board Super Heavy and
Yeah.
Starship. And so you don't have essentially
What's in your
forever
head?
to hang
Everything will
out
be
before
okay.
things start to warm up. And you do want to make sure your temperature's in a really stable range for a healthy startup on Raptor engines. So they're going to work through this issue. We can continue to hold here for a couple of minutes.
Amazing.
Let's launch with that a little extra added excitement.
Yeah,
Amazing.
added excitement. It went down to close to what, T-minus 10 seconds or so, and then flipped back over to T-minus 41. I mean, it makes sense. And at least it's a ground problem. It's not something on Super Heavy. It's not something on the Starship. So that's good. It could just be a simple computer issue, but we'll see.
All right, so cumulatively, we've held for a little over 3 minutes between the two holds. Again, this is a ground side issue on our tower. The techs are looking through the data right now to see if it's something that we can either work through
Get Katy Perry to
or
stroke
if
it
it would cause us to have to stand down. So we're continuing to hang out with them.
I know,
holding at
Tim. I need to
T-minus
give
40.
somebody in that flight control a kick. Come on. Let's do this thing.
Give this guy an espresso. Let's go. Let's do
Hello,
this.
Rick. Thanks for watching with us.
If you're just joining us, we did initially hold at T-minus 40 seconds. We continued the count, but recycled before we got to T-minus 10 seconds.
Some of us rearranged schedules.
So we're back
popcorn,
at a hold at T-minus 40
barbecue.
seconds.
Ricky Joe's got
grape
waiting for
juice
more
over there.
information.
I've
The
got
team
grape
is
juice,
checking out
antioxidant. I'm ready
to see if we can continue today.
You could continue today. Trust me, you could continue today.
You have our permission.
Yes.
We're here waiting.
Let's do this.
Let's do the thing.
Exactly. Light it up. Light
We're
that
continuing
candle.
to hold here at T-minus 40 seconds.
Pretty soon I'm going to
We've
light
been
mine.
holding for just about 5 minutes now.
Let's go. Let's do
As the
this.
teams evaluate if we can continue to T0 for flight 9.
There's about 1 million viewers currently. 1 million viewers. 980,000, I think is what
That's
it comes
crazy.
up at the bottom. 980,000.
All right, so it
Absolutely
sounds like we're
crazy.
coming to a resolution.
Okay.
Ricky Joe said someone send me to Texas. They need an IT tech apparently.
Right?
Go for it. Go apply, Ricky Joe. Tell them you're there. Put your Florida shirt on.
That's right.
Bring your ribs.
They've come to a resolution. Okay, I want to see the numbers start dropping. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go.
Dutch said someone lost their
All
cigarette
right,
lighter.
so we are getting to a resolution. We're going to reset everything.
What do you mean reset everything? What are you doing? What does that mean? Oh, man.
Good Lord. Robbie Giglio said, I wonder if one of them is watching as a clown. LOL.
Yeah.
It could be.
You never know.
You never know.
All right, so we're going to see the clock. It is now rolling.
Here we go. Here we go. This time it's going to happen.
Go.
Do
We
it.
we saw an issue with that quick disconnect to the
Yes.
ship. There is a
Come on.
chance
28.
that automation will kick us out
Let's
again
go.
if we encounter the same issue. But for now, the clock is
No
rolling.
issues.
We'll see if we
Don't
pass
say
around
anything.
that T-minus 10 second mark.
Here it goes. Here we go. 17, 16, 15, 14. Let's do this thing. Light it up. 10. Excellent. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That's what we want to see. Take
I will.
Ilana. There we go. There it is. Yes. All Raptor engines. Check them out. Everything is lit. Lower left-hand corner. Keep watching those engines. Keep watching those engines. Everything is lit.
Your rapid fuel pressure nominal.
All still lit. That's good. Man.
T plus
Booster and
40
tips, you
seconds.
gotta
It's one hell of a sight from here. We see it arcing right
Telemetry
over
nominal,
top
that's
of us.
good.
We see 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit.
Look at that.
On
That's
Super
a
Heavy
beautiful
as it
sight.
starts to ascend skyward.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sweet.
Coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure, then only about a minute and a half until we get into hot staging.
Max Q is at 1 minute. We have hot staging.
Wow, Dan, that was
which would be Miko.
incredible.
That will happen right around 2 minutes 45 seconds.
We could feel the building shaking here, feel the vehicle's power.
Jeez, look at that.
And we're just about
All
a minute
33
away
are still
from
lit.
shutting down those engines on the booster. Again, this
2,000
booster is
kilometers
flying
per
for
hour.
its second time today.
All right, so hot staging coming up a little under a minute.
Here we
We're
go.
going to see all but the 3 center engines turn off on the booster. So our version of MECO, most engines cut off. And then just a few seconds later, hoping to see 6 engines ignite on ship to push
45
it away.
seconds. 45 seconds. All 33 are still lit. That's pretty good. Remember, 29 of the 33 are reused engines
All right, hot staging,
from
about
Ship
30
7.
seconds.
That
That's
is
amazing.
really good. Here we go. This is it. There it comes.
And definitely keep an eye on which way the booster flips. First ever directional flip we're going for today. Should flip straight up.
I think someone pulled the feed.
Right?
See those engines powering down?
There we go.
Booster
10
engine cut off.
seconds. There they all go. Just the center 3 are left. Perfect. Look at
Look
that.
at that.
Ship ignition. State separation.
Oh,
They didn't show it though. I wish they showed
I
that.
know.
That's all right.
Incredible
But it's a lot of
flip
cloud
by
cover.
Super Heavy booster, and you can see
Yep.
those 6 engines, those 3 engines on the ship ignited.
Perfect.
6 healthy Raptors running on ship on its way to space. Peek that engine view. Booster doing the boost back. Chris, how's it looking over there in Hawthorne, man?
All 13
It
engines
is
running.
looking
That's amazing.
It is looking absolutely incredible
Perfect.
here in Hawthorne. As we said,
So
6 healthy
amazing.
engines on ship. We've got 13 out of 13 engines on the booster. Now down to those 3, which is what we expect in the
There you
final
go.
moments of the boost back burn. Now, as a reminder, we are not recovering the Super Heavy booster today. We are instead going to do some. And there we had a
There
good
you go.
shutdown of the boost back burn. Next up will be the jettison of that hot stage ring.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Great call out there that everything looking nominal aboard the Super Heavy vehicle, which is returning to Earth. And we're going to be doing some experiments with it, including a higher angle of attack re-entry, as well as
Waltz,
some
thank you so
engine
much for the
tests
super
as it gets
chat.
closer
Appreciate you.
to
Thank you.
the Gulf.
Thank you.
We
Thank
are,
you.
again, because of these tests not recovering it, we are sending it to the Gulf on purpose to do those tests. But again, you see the booster on the left-hand side of your screen. You see ship with 6 healthy engines continuing its ascent to its planned
What's in
suborbital
your head? I
trajectory.
love it.
Everything going very
Thank you
well
so
so
much.
far for Starship's 9th flight. Now 4 minutes, 15 seconds in. Great
Could be
views
said
from
lucky number
inside
9.
of the aft engine area of ship there, looking at those 3 sea level and 3 Raptor engines on the
Remember on, I
right-hand
think,
side of your
7,
screen.
we saw flames.
The booster
That was a
doing
problem.
its LOX dump, that liquid oxygen dump. So because we don't need some of that liquid oxygen propellant in its tanks, we vent that propellant out to lessen the booster's mass as
You
it
can actually
comes in
see the
for
ring
its
falling.
landing.
Now it's off. Now it's off camera.
Just
That hot staging
absolutely
ring.
gorgeous views watching these 2 vehicles do their respective things in the skies over Texas here today. And Dan, we're approaching the 5-minute mark into the flight. Super Heavy is descending rapidly. What can we expect here in the next few minutes as it does its atmospheric tests?
Yeah, now as we had talked about, Super Heavy might not have a very smooth ride down. We're going to be putting it through this higher angle of attack. So we're kind of pitching it up a
literally
tiny
looks
bit,
fake.
increasing
Yeah.
drag.
It's so
We've done this
perfect.
in wind tunnels. We've done this in computer modeling. It shows that sometimes the control isn't great,
Yeah.
but only one way to
It
really
always
prove it
amazes
out, and
me
that's
that
to get
from
real
launch to
world
landing
data.
is
So
less
here
than
comes
10
Super
minutes.
Heavy.
Yeah, that's true.
It should be igniting for its landing burn in just about 40
Yes.
seconds from now.
Yeah, right around 6 minutes, right around there. 6 minutes.
And we are going to
6:30.
relight 13 engines,
There they are.
then
There they
bring
are.
that down to 3 engines. As we talked about earlier, we will be intentionally shutting down.
That's just
We will be
just
shutting
burning.
down one of those 3
Watch the
center
telemetry on the
engines
lower left.
intentionally to push the limits of the Super Heavy booster.
Chamber pressure is nominal.
Sweet. Perfect.
And continuing to see 6 healthy engines on the ship, 3 sea level and 3
Phoenix
vacuum
on fire.
engines
What is
still
that
ignited.
venting on the ship?
as the Super Heavy booster is making its way back down to Earth.
We
Fuel,
can see those grid
propellant
fins
that it
doing
doesn't
some heavy
need.
work.
Gotcha. So it's like
There
letting
it
it
goes. There it is.
Ignited
Oh,
for our landing burn.
did you see that? One of the engines were off. Remember they said they were going to do that. There you go. And now they're just going to crash this thing in because they're not going to recover
It
it.
may have ended with that landing burn.
Oof, really?
Does look like we lost telemetry
Interesting.
from the booster once we started into that landing burn. Did you see her confirmation that the booster did demise?
Oh, shit. Oh no,
So the
man! So
booster's
that
flight
blew up.
ending
That did not
before it
hit
was
the.
able to get through landing burn. But again, we were not bringing that back. We were expecting it to make a hard splashdown in the Gulf.
It blew up before it
We were getting
splashed
live
down.
data back the entire time through that high angle of attack flight. So that was something that was really vital for us to get during this reuse.
So they could
First
have done
reflight
it
of
on
booster in
purpose.
the
They could
books.
have. They could have.
All right, ship.
They could have
There's about
ignited
2
it.
minutes
Let's say.
left.
because something
But
happened.
no, I
In
mean,
about 2 minutes, we expect all 6 Raptor
or it could have
engines
just
to
blew
shut
up.
down.
We
That
saw
will
all but
be
one engine, I
Seco,
think, fired up.
basically
Okay.
second engine or second stage engine shut off. And these
They'll
are
definitely have to
some
go
incredible
through
views,
that.
Dan, from the aft end of the ship,
They are. The views are
watching as the
stunning. It looks
engines
fake.
stay ignited with
amazing.
the Earth in the background.
Remember, they're going to do
As
the little
always, the
Pez
Starship
dispenser
avionics
and to
team, the
release
techs.
those SpaceX Starlink satellites, the version 3 satellites. They're going to be dummy satellites,
think we
not the
just
real
heard
ones, but still.
the booster. But all right, we got about a minute
Yes,
left
the Earth
into
is
this
flat,
burn.
you
All
guys.
eyes definitely on ship
Yes.
as we get through the final stages into its ascent. We're expecting it to start to cut those engines off in about 45 seconds.
Barry Ken, the Earth is concave.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, some people think that this isn't real either. It's green screen.
I know.
So,
I hear a
all right,
lot of
just about
stories. Trust
30
me.
seconds to go.
So when you're literally
It
on,
never happened
We're in
back in the
terminal
day.
guidance.
I know. So,
Because
The
there was
final
green
stages
screen
of
back
this
then.
ascent burn.
yep. I don't even get it. There we go.
We did see shutdown of the Raptor engines.
Sweet. Going at
We do stagger these, so
25
we
or
do the Raptors
26
first.
kilometers per
Those
hour.
3 have shut down
25,000 kilometers
successfully.
per hour.
Sea levels still running.
Yes, thanks to AI, we have stunning images.
Ship has been cut off.
There they go.
Robot Andy, you're right.
Perfect. That's what we want to see. Now it's just going to coast. This is when we might see that Pez door open.
Ship engine cut off. The 3 most beautiful words in the English language.
And great call out that we had nominal insertion.
There you go. 152 kilometers. Perfect. So now we're going to see. I am ready for it.
An incredible flight test so far today. We reflew a super heavy booster for the very first time in 9 test flights. Ship is in its orbital trajectory. Again, it's going to remain
Look at
suborbital
freezing. You see
for
it
its
freezing?
mission today.
Yeah.
But it
Snowing.
ignited
Saved.
It's snowing.
It ignited all 6 of its engines and made it
making
all the
its
way
own
through
snow
Seco
around.
just now.
Yes. What are these little things coming off
Chunks of
of ice? Yeah.
Look at that just freezing up, freezing up.
That's so wild.
That just shows you the intense,
What a moment.
the difference in temperature
Incredible.
All right,
from
and
thousands
that's-
degrees to
Ooh, still
below
lots to
zero,
come for the rest of
literally
this flight.
within minutes.
Per usual, I need to collect myself. Hey,
Please
Chris,
collect yourself.
how's it going over there in Hawthorne, man? How's everybody doing?
That must be so
I
amazing.
think the
though. You
elation
work
and
on
the
something like
excitement
this.
and
Just
the
look at that.
happiness at what we just saw achieved carried
Yeah.
through across all of our sites. What an incredible view to see Starship back orbiting the Earth just under 11 minutes into our mission. Absolutely exciting to see all of this and super pumped, especially to see all of the team's hard work in action here today. As guaranteed, it has been an exciting evening so far for Starship's 9th test flight. We lifted off a little bit after 6:30 p.m. after a couple of holds that were triggered at the T-minus 40-second mark, but we were able to clear those, one on the Raptor, one on the tower, and we were able to lift off successfully from Starship Starbase. 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on the Super Heavy. All 6 engines lit on ship, bringing it to its planned suborbital trajectory around Earth. But as Dan said, we've got a lot still coming up in our flight sequence. So coming up at about T plus 18 minutes, 26 seconds, we'll have the first deployment of simulated Starlink satellites
Oh, wow. Okay.
planned from Starship. That will be followed at about T plus 37 minutes and 49 seconds by the relight of a single Raptor sea level engine in space. This is going to help us gather data on our ability to do a deorbit burn for future Starship missions that will go orbital. And then, of course, one of the biggest tests yet to come is the new heat shield modifications to Starship. And that'll start
Peter.
with reentry into Earth's atmosphere at about the T plus 45-minute mark, which should take about 16, 18 minutes to complete. And now today's reentry is going to test that heat shield like we said, specifically how Starship will hold up to 100 missing heat shield tiles on its thermal protection system. Now, we purposely took those 100 tiles off over very critical areas of the vehicle to be able to safely test on a flight like this suborbital trajectory into the Indian Ocean what might happen on an operational flight in those areas if we were to lose the primary heat shield tile over Starship. So very critical test coming up. And then after that, we'll have the final descent where we will again be pushing Starship to its limits. We definitely pushed the booster to its limits today to gather data, and we're going to be doing the exact same thing on that ship, seeing how the ship handles various flight conditions that we will need it to fly in as we look to one day soon bring ships back to Starbase for catch and reuse. Now, while there are payload simulators on Starship for deployment today, as we will see in a few minutes, the primary data and the primary payload for today is the data. And today, just like with Starship's previous test flights, that data is coming to us courtesy of our Starlink network. In fact, it is from Starlink that you are seeing these wonderful views of ship in space right now. So, and I can't wait to see Starlink really provide those epic views and that data transmission during reentry, which is very, very critical to getting that data during reentry. So Dan and Jesse, it's been an exciting day so far. There's more to come as we get ready for Starship's first ever payload deploy. What can we expect next here in the next few minutes?
Thanks, Chris. Just going to reiterate, thank you to the Starlink team for these incredible views today. In a few minutes, Starship will deploy 8 Starlink simulators, similar in size to our next generation Starlink satellites. The Starlink simulators will be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship, meaning they will passively re-enter the atmosphere, just like Starship. With tests like these, we can see how Starship's payload deploy systems work in flight while ensuring that the simulator satellites pose no safety risk to people on Earth or for other satellites in orbit. Now, this also ensures that any parts of these simulator Starlink satellites that do survive reentry splash down harmlessly in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
And then before we get there, though, we're going to have to open up that payload deploy door. So we've only ever done that one time before. Pretty sure it was flight 3. Someone on the internet, please check me. But that was the only time we ever opened it. And we've had Starlink simulators on the last 2 flights, but we haven't gotten to this moment yet where we're able to open up the payload door and start deploying these. It's going to be pretty cool. We've got them stacked inside of the Starship payload bay. And we'll have potentially a couple of views. You saw one camera pop up. Oh, there we go. Look inside of the payload bay of Starship. You can see them stacked down in the middle of your view. There's kind of 4 on either side, so they're sandwiched on top of each other, a stack of 4 right behind each other. And then we're going to pop the door open. It's on the right side of your screen, so we'll see that open up.
This is
and
what
then
we've
start
been waiting
firing
for.
those Starlink simulators out into space.
We are expecting the payload door to open in a little over a minute from now. And then once that payload door is open, about a couple minutes later is when we will start dispensing those Starlink simulators.
That's a view right at the bottom of the stack. So should be able to see them kind of firing out from right there. So really cool. And eventually these are going to carry dozens of the next generation of Starlink satellite into
I know,
space,
This
and
is
those
it
are
right
going to
here. These are
enable
what we're
some
going to eventually
truly
see, the
insane
Starlink
things
satellites.
in
These are
terms
just
of speeds
duds.
from
Right,
space and what we're able to
Same,
what
same
we're able to
shape,
do.
size, mass, everything.
Starlink's been really great for Starship, obviously. Getting live video back is really cool, but just the amount of high-speed telemetry, everything we're able to get back is insane. And for a development program, that's kind of everything. We're in excess of 130 or 160. My numbers are fuzzy right now, just like my brain is, but well in excess of 100 megabits per second of downlink. And a lot of that gets eaten up by video. We've got dozens of cameras across Starship. We added several more. For this flight, you saw a couple of those as we have essentially 360 degrees. Oh, open the pod bay door, Hal.
I like that. Hal says, no, I am not opening that bay door. Open the door or you'll be decommissioned.
Now we are expecting the payload door to open any moment now. So we're watching out for that. Again, you're
Tawdry
looking
said
at
they
the
should have shot
inside
back that
of Starship
cool bay.
as it's suborbital.
That's wild. It looks like snow.
Yeah, it's ice.
Yeah.
Yep, it's
Well,
17.
we heard the door open was in progress. It was unable to actuate all the way open, so they are going to close it back up.
Come on.
Hal told me no.
Hal
Said, I'm
said
sorry,
no.
Dan.
Hal, come on.
Decommission Hal. That's
Can't
it.
do that.
Damn it, Hal.
Format C colon.
Looks like we won't get the door open today.
Format C colon, Hal.
But that's okay.
Mo said, damn it, Hal.
This is obviously a test we
I think
want to
we
be
all
able
feel
to
the
do
same.
before we're deploying
So if you guys don't know it,
full-on
the
Starlinks.
little
But
slit in the top
the
of the
real
steering decided
focus
not to
for
open
this, now
fully.
that we are
So they
in
couldn't deploy
space,
the
So
fake
is
Starlink
getting
it's
to that
frozen,
reentry.
stuck,
That is the
malfunctioning.
most critical phase of Starship that we still have to prove
Yeah,
out.
get Mrs. Doubtfire on the phone.
Oh my God, that was funny. Hal, open the damn door, Hal.
All right. Well, so it does look like we're not going to be able to deploy Starlinks today, but we
Well,
should
that's
have
kind of shitty.
pretty frequent views from Starship. They might cut in and out every once in a while, but
Oh, there
should
they
be
go.
pretty regular. We
think it's
are in
frozen.
darkness right now,
That's
so
just my
might
scientific
be a lot of black.
opinion.
But the cool part is when we get to reentry, it's going to be daytime.
Yes,
That's
and we
wild.
did that on purpose so that we can get some live daytime
Good
views
job, Hal.
as ship
Just
is
open
returning
the
back to
freaking
Earth.
door.
Damn you,
All
Hal.
right, so we
So I
are
think
going
2
to take a
minutes
break.
to reentry.
Enjoy
I
these
believe.
views
I think
as
it's
we
22,
get them.
23.
Enjoy the tunes. We'll be back in a couple of minutes when we get ready to relight one of those Raptor engines on orbit. See you soon.
The pressure.
The pressure is on, guys. So we'll go ahead and tune their tunes off. So the bottom line here was Hal decided to malfunction and say, we're not going to open the bay door to be able to deploy those version 3 SpaceX Starlink satellite duds, even though they are, and you can see them in the image, those are what the satellites would look like, and there's 8 of them stacked. So what was supposed to happen was the little slit, the little door, right? The bay door was supposed to open fully, not partially, but fully. And then on a track, that track that you see, it was supposed to launch out 8 of those duds. That's how it works. Very important, because that is what's going to be able to get all of our SpaceX Starlink users speeds even faster, reliability better, no more waiting lists, right? No more waiting lines of any kind. And also what will happen is we will no longer have that excess charge, let's call it, that surcharge for living in an area that is, let's say, full. let's call it. And the surcharge is anywhere from like $100 one-time fee, $100 to $250. And people say, is Elon Musk trying to get rich from charging that surcharge? And the answer to that is no. The reason why Elon is doing that is so that it slows down the onboarding of people in areas that currently are congested, as they call it. That's what they're doing. They're just slowing down that onboarding process because people don't want to pay the extra money. They'd rather wait a month or wait a little bit before they get it. So that's the whole idea. But once we see the version 3s up there, there's not going to be this wait. There's not going to be a congestion charge. There's not going to be any kind of surcharge. And the speeds are going to go a lot faster. And what's even more important is the latency is going to come down. So instead of seeing 30, 40 milliseconds latency, 25, we're going to see sub 20 milliseconds latency. Also, what we're going to see is gigabit transfer rates. Now, that doesn't mean that you and I are going to get gigabit, but people that have commercial-based setups, they are going to be able to get gigabit speeds. And it's already been tested and it does work. I've heard down the grapevine, let's say. I don't have cardinal knowledge of it, but I know that it's already been tested. And yes, gigabit is there. So that is really great because even like, for example, the boats that currently use SpaceX Starlink, when they're on the ocean and there's no other satellites in area, those satellites are beaming full speed, probably 400 to 500 megabits down. And with up speeds anywhere from 30, 40, 50 megabits up, and that's literally in the middle of the ocean. So you would think that you'd have worse speeds, but you really don't because you're getting full access to those satellites. Now, you do need also a ground base or ground station in some instances, but what's really nice with the new setups in comparison to the version 1s that were out there, they moved into the version 1.5s and then finally the 2.0 minis. Those satellites actually have onboard lasers, communication lasers, right? Whereas the version 1s didn't have communication lasers. So what this allows them to do is kind of bypass some of the ground stations and go straight to the POPs or the point of presence. And that is a really big thing, So all in all, it's good, but I really would like to have seen some of those Starlinks actually get deployed, even though they're duds, because at least they know that they work. They can't have the Pez dispenser door get stuck. And if Hal decides not to open the door, they need to format C:, him and get rid of him, right? Yeah, AI, get rid of it. So I don't know. Maybe they need a guy out there, with a crank and just crank that door down or something, right? But something stopped it. And they were saying frozen or some type of problems with the actuator.
Hal's having a problem.
Hal needs a reboot. Reboot Hal. Stop using Windows and it'll be fine. Right?
Robot Andy said Elon is smoking a joint right now.
No, he's got the big cigar like he did. Remember that cigar he was smoking on what was it? Which podcast?
Wait, what?
Didn't he go on who did he go on? Joe Rogan. And he had the big stogie. Elon Musk. Yeah, he was smoking the
I didn't see it.
So
I missed that.
That'd be good. He should do that.
Peter Gosling said, Joe, maybe the door is running Windows.
Exactly.
Yes.
Run
Right.
Linux.
Or at least
the
that
door
droid.
Man.
It's a mess, you guys.
Yeah.
Hal, come on. Let
Hal.
us down, Hal.
Hal, what is wrong with you, Hal?
Why do you have to be like that?
So we're at plus 24. It's going to be a little bit longer, and then we're going to actually see the reentry. This is going to be a really good reentry because, like they said, it's going to be on the light side of the planet. It's going to end up landing in the Indian Ocean. So in the Indian Ocean, when they land, it's going to be light, and we'll actually be able to see it. So they'll have buoys in the area that will be taking a ton of really good high-res video of what's going on, and then using most likely SpaceX Starlink, send it to us, and we'll be able to see that landing. So this is going to be a very important landing. The reason why it's important is because they need to get this ship to land on a dime, because eventually they want to catch the Starship just like they catch the Super Heavy in the Mechazilla arms, right? And to do so, it needs to land within inches, let's say within centimeters. I mean, it's a very small window. So they need to test this rocket, this Starship, and see if it can actually land on a dive. Because that's going to say a lot moving forward, moving into actually doing a catch for the Starship, not just the Super Heavy. So
Chip said, now the reentry and landing will be carrying all the extra weight that they were going to deploy.
that is correct. That is absolutely correct. So the mass of those 8 Starlinks will be still on board instead of launched out. So I'm sure that is taken into consideration. All of the thrust vector, all of the let's say the algorithms, the equations that are running, that constantly are running, that will decide how much power, how much least, how much more or less power each one of those Raptors get. It's all computerized. So a little bit extra weight here, a little extra weight there. It's not going to make too much of a difference. That's all.
What's in your head so that everyone seems to forget everything is a test in progress.
Exactly.
Carly's dad, more debris.
Yes, lots of debris.
But won't it burn some of it?
What?
Some of the debris, some of the stuff.
Oh yeah, but everything, yeah, as soon as it comes back into orbit, it's, the atmosphere, will just destroy everything. It just melt it anyway. So we'll see what ends up happening with this. Like I said, this is really, they're still testing, because we can look at it this way. They already tested a Super Heavy with 29 Raptor engines out of the 33 that were reused from the test flight number 7. And they worked, and none of them went out. The entire time, all 33 were lit, all candles lit. That's really, really amazing. That's huge, right? And so that was tested. We know that worked. What we don't know is if the Pez dispenser will end up working in the future. They'll probably do some more iterations to find out, did it actually freeze up? Was it just simply an actuator problem? Because you can see how much frost buildup, how much the disparity between like thousands of degrees positive to hundreds and 1,000 degrees negative, and you have this back and forth of like 2,000 degrees, 3,000 degrees. It's a lot. And it's amazing how these ships can even handle that. And like I said before, with those heat shielding, with the heat tiles, they're supposedly going to test some of the actively cooled tiles, because all of the previous were passively cooled. So when this thing comes back in, burning flames, plasma pouring off it, they're going to be testing. They have like little thermometers in there. They're going to be testing if those things are actually cooling good enough with that active cooling behind those ceramic tiles. That's going to be really cool too. Does that actually work? Does the relight work? Also, how about these flaps? The flaps are smaller. The flaps, instead of at 180 degrees, the flaps are tucked in now, like a bird's tucking in their wings. They're tucked in at about 140, 150 degrees. So that is another test. There's so many tests that are going on. We only see one failure as of right now, and that's the Pez dispenser that I really wanted to see. Of course, Hal.
Of course.
That has to be the one that ends up not going through. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Hey guys, if you guys have any questions, put in at JCristina, and we will get right back into them. I see images are starting to pop up. We're at T plus 29, almost plus 30. We're getting close to that time
Peter
again.
Gosling said telemetry has stopped.
But we did see an image. No, I just saw, but remember, it's coasting. So the speeds are no, telemetry is still working. We're good. Let's look at telemetry a little bit, guys. Let's look at
Mo
telemetry.
said it comes and goes.
Yes. Now look at the ship. Do you see the angle that ship is at? That ship is done. There should be that. That should not be pointing down that aggressively unless they're doing something funky. I've never seen that before.
Funky.
So let's keep watching the telemetry on the right-hand side, watching the telemetry on the left-hand side, and see if there is, no, we still got music playing. See if there's anything that makes sense of what's going on here. You see it bobbing kind of back and forth? That thing should not be bobbing. Number one. Also, there you go. I don't like it. I don't like it, guys. That ship should not be doing that. I think we're gonna lose this one, guys. I think we're gonna lose it.
No, don't say that.
Yeah. I don't like the way that
Craig
looks.
said your vid is bugging out a bit. I think it's
No, it's
YouTube.
them.
It's them. YouTube or them?
No,
Like
it's
them.
it's them. It's their
Yeah.
that's the best that we have right now. So it's at what is it? 26,000 kilometers per hour. The altitude is at 171 kilometers. I just don't like how it just keeps teeter-tottering. It should have a smooth trajectory that's like this.
Yeah, and the chat has been disabled twice, so it can get a little wonky.
Yeah. And now they just pulled the telemetry that shows the vehicle's let's say orientation. They just pulled that. You notice that? It's gone. That's not a good sign. I don't like to see that. So I'm not feeling this one, guys. I'm not feeling this one. I have a feeling this thing is going to start barrel rolling, spinning, and they're going to have to detonate it. Let's hope not. Let's hope I'm wrong.
Peter M. Werner, you know what HAL means. Back then, IBM was the big player in the computer market.
Yep.
For early computer users like me, the letter stood for the phrase "IBO me" for IBM. Mo said it's going to explode.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
PKJM Fine Art said it will stabilize.
You think so? Okay. All right. So I hope you're right, and I hope I'm wrong.
Nick Fletcher said, sorry.
All right, let's take bets. Down below.
Remember the first time it landed and it was doing similar as this, and then all of a sudden it corrected itself before landing in the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joe Bosey, red.
Yeah. I just, normally, so when it's just hanging out, doing its thing, it's usually doing this deal. And then finally it comes in and then it rights itself last minute like this, and then kind of does this deal. So when you see it doing this and then doing this, and then this, and then that again, that should not be doing that.
Harley's dad, LOL. You say that's a bad sign as we're watching a live feed. Don't you think the live feed's a good sign? My brother, negative Nelly.
Yes, no, it's a good sign. It's a good sign. It's not a good sign that they got rid of the telemetry on the right-hand side, though. That shows the actual positioning of the craft.
Michael Johnson. So what's all the purple? Looks like Adam Sandler movie.
It's just dark, and that's the best that these cameras could do with very, very low light. The sensors in those cameras are not really big, like a professional grade camera, like something that I would use. So the sensors are really small, just like if you would use your iPhone in the dark and it looks like crap. It's the same type of thing. So at least we have these images. So that's good.
Mo said it's gonna explode. Tim Burton is directing this production.
Yes. Well, the altitude's coming down. Remember, it was at 170, 174. So we're at 158 now. So it is coming down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Robot Andy, imagine live streaming on the spaceship.
Could you imagine? That would be pretty crazy. So we're at 26,435 kilometers per hour, and we're at 156 kilometers up, and we're coming down. We're at 155, so it's returning. It's coming in slow.
Robbie
We're at T
said,
plus 34.5 minutes.
Robbie said they have a fab light. That's why it's purple. LOL.
Yeah, right. A fab purple hair light.
Yes. So it's spinning now.
I think it's been spinning. Okay.
Yeah.
What I see, it's spinning, but I there's no more telemetry. They shut telemetry off, so you don't know.
You two always most fun. Have nice full popcorn and watch launches.
Just hang out and just.
Popcorn right now with butter sounds so
I haven't eaten anything. I am hungry.
I did have some popcorn chicken though before I came. I was already hungry. I've been up since 5 working.
Okay, but I'm hungry too.
Well, I mean, you were out of the house.
Anything for me? Like
you were inside the house when I was warming it up. You chose not to.
I chose not to.
And you had time. So.
All right. Let's see. In the chat, RUD or no RUD? Let's see. You got popcorn chicken, but If you're here, you're hanging out. There's 600, 700 of you guys in the chat. RUD or no RUD? RUD, if you don't know, rapid un. It is un.
Oh my God.
I don't even know.
Paul
Disassembly.
Stone's
So
run.
listen, do we think this unscheduled disassembly is going to happen? Yes, no, maybe so. I have a feeling that
Run.
what we're seeing right now
Hamburger helper.
is the thing is flopping like a
Everybody's
fish.
saying Rud, ruddy.
Yes. Oh, did you just see that? Okay. All right. Keep watching, guys. Keep watching. And we're at one. Okay. All right. We have a flap. Nice. We have a flap.
Ship at this point. It is suborbital, so it's still headed to the exact same trajectory as before.
Nice.
We were not able to get that payload door open and deploy those nose cones. We've been dealing with some leaks on the ship. This is also what led to that loss of attitude control. So at this point, we are kind of in a spin, and we are also going to be skipping that Raptor relight. If you've followed through the history of Starship, something similar happened, different cause, but same symptom back on Flight 3, where we weren't able to maintain attitude control in orbit. And so we're going to skip the relight of that Raptor engine while we're in space. We are going to still proceed with entry, but as we are not able to control the attitude of the ship, as we get into entry, it will enter in whatever orientation it is in at the time. Which does not bode well for the ship's heat shield, as we're not going to be essentially aligned the way that we want to do for reentry.
Like I
So,
said, instead of coming
it
in
is
through the
definitely
heat
coming
shield,
down.
it comes in
It
the
is
other
definitely
side.
heading
It's
to
going to
the
burn up.
Indian Ocean, but our chances of making it all the way down
Mo said,
are
if it
pretty
lands, I will
slim.
eat my hat. Please do not quote
So
me on
we'll
that.
still get as much data as we can. We're still getting live telemetry, live views from Starlink
Wait,
the
I thought you
entire
said they
time.
didn't. They put the
And we'll
telemetry
continue
back in?
to
No,
stick
it's
with ship
not the
as it
see. It's not
continues on. We
showing
are
the
about
orientation.
10
They took
minutes
that off
away or
because the
so
thing is barrel.
Wait, he's
until we
talking
start
about it, so
getting
I thought they
into
did.
entry, and
He
the
mentioned
light
it.
will start to pick up as we cross the Indian Ocean, and we'll start to see a little bit more daylight, and we'll, as always, as long as we maintain that comm link, get some plasma on the way in and start to bring the Starship back through the Earth's atmosphere. So that coming up in about
Michael
10 minutes
Johnson,
or
yeah,
so.
sounds like we're going to get
So
a
we'll check
breach
back in
first.
with everybody in a little bit.
You guys with the
Oh
comments.
my God, guys. All right, I'm going to turn them down a little bit. Yeah, so I guess sadly, it's not going to happen. The RUD will happen no matter what. It will be a disassembly like they don't want. And it is what it is. I mean, they got through a lot, but I mean, to be fair, we have to be fair, okay? They are doing a fantastic job over there, and they are doing the iterations extremely quickly so that they can innovate. And that's what they did with all of the iteration that led from block 1 to block 2. The problem is when they went to block 2, there's a lot of issues. They expanded the propellant tanks 25%, so the entire craft was larger. The plumbing was different. They had to change things up. There was a lot of things that broke when they went from the block 1 to the block 2. So, and this is where, the stumbling points have been from now with IFT-7, with test flight 8, and now with test flight 9. We have not got a Starship to actually go around the planet right for now 3. So that is not really good for them. Okay. I mean, we can always sugarcoat it, but the bottom line is it's problematic. Okay. It is problematic. Now, did they learn a lot? Yes. Will they learn some now? Probably less than what they would like to. Is the reason being is they cannot control the orientation of the ship. So they can't get all of that plasma pouring off those heat tiles. So for example, all those heat tiles that are on the bottom of it that are now not passively cooled, but actively cooled, they can't test that because the ship is doing this thing right now. Like I said, that's why they shut the telemetry down. It's doing this deal, right? They don't want you to look at something that's doing this whole teeter-tottering thing. That's why when I said that, when I saw that, I'm like, no, it should not be doing this, okay? And then this. That's not what it's supposed to do. So
I wonder what Elon's going to say on the briefing.
yes, and
tonight.
that's it. So supposedly when this is all over, tonight, Elon is going to go live with a mission to Mars briefing. And I'm going to stay live for this, okay? If it's going to be later, like 10 o'clock or something, I might just throw on some of some
Joe's going to
B-roll,
be
whatever.
here drooling himself.
I'm going to go live for that. I'll be live. So yeah, I'll be live for this, but I really would like to hear, number one, what does he say about this, right? And what does he say about the update on Mars? I'm really interested. I'm sure a lot of you guys are
Yes.
interested too. So
Memorable places. Remember, before Apollo made it to orbit, how many rockets blew up and otherwise were failures?
a lot.
Hell, we almost lost Neil Armstrong in one before he was ever assigned to Apollo in one of those
Fires
scans.
and yes.
Dutch Linux said, I'm a doctor, not a database.
Watch this, guys. Keep watching. They're not talking. It's just music. But watch this. This is when stuff gets nasty. All right. You're going to start seeing the flames. You're going to start seeing the plasma pouring off those fins. And remember, they're not coming in like this. So this is not going to stay alive
Thanks,
for
Shannon.
much
T
longer.
minus 2 minutes to RUD.
No, I think it's already gone.
You think so?
Yeah.
Any
You're
minute now,
seeing
Robbie.
Oh, no, it's
the
still
light
there.
show
See?
start as Starship is getting closer to its reentry. If you're just tuning in, we were able to successfully make it to orbit. Run into a couple of issues as
couple of
we've
issues.
coasted to our entry point over the Indian Ocean. At this point,
Look at that
we had
speed.
lost attitude
It's not
control
even
of the
slowing
ship and
down.
entered into
It's
a
speeding
spin.
up. Look at
The
it.
team
Look at
made the call
speed.
to do what's called passivate the vehicle. So we're essentially venting all of the remaining propellant overboard, and it's going to make an uncontrolled reentry.
Yeah, this way it
Important
doesn't
to
make
note,
a bigger
this is a
boom.
contingency that is planned
Mo said
for,
it's a sauna.
and we
Harvey's
clear
dad, y'all
the
suck. It
zones
is
in
awesome.
the Indian Ocean where these entries could take place.
I'll stop.
Watch the speed,
So we're not
guys.
going to come down exactly
the
where we
speed.
would have had nothing happened.
Keep watching the
But we
speed.
do clear a tremendous amount of space out in the Indian Ocean in the event that we run into this. We understand that there are always risks
I don't think my right
essentially
one is
with these
working at
flight
all.
tests with the hardware,
It hasn't
but we
been
don't
working. This
really
one
accept any
works, this one
compromise when it
doesn't.
comes to protecting
Really?
people.
Yeah.
And it is one thing to note is we will actually still
That's okay.
re-enter in our planned airspace zone, which is good. That is exactly what we planned for. You know, we do plan for if something does go a little bit off nominal, that we have enough airspace cleared out for situations just like this.
Yeah, reentry is still just that really critical phase that we need to try and gather
Keep
as
watching
much data, as much
telemetry, guys.
information as
Keep
possible.
watching
Is
telemetry.
a
Because
fully
when the
reusable
telemetry
heat shield
stops,
has
that's when we
never been
know
flown before
it's
history of
game
space
over.
flight,
So just
and
keep watching it.
that's something that
It is
Starship
not
still has to
slowing down.
crack.
It's
And so
getting
we had a
lower,
whole
but
range
it
of
is not
experiments on
slowing
this
down.
one.
But it was supposed
At
to
this point,
gently
and we
fall
just
into the water.
started to lose
Yeah,
some
but
of our
it's
cameras,
gonna
so
gently
it's
at
very possible that we'll start
26,000 kilometers per
to
hour.
lose contact with Starship a lot sooner than we would have if it was a nominal reentry. So we are expecting it to break up essentially on its reentry over the Indian Ocean. So not able to do a lot of our on orbit objectives today, but just the fact that we, got it into space was just a really big moment for a lot of the team.
Yeah, and another thing to note is that Super Heavy did fly for its second flight today. It first flew on flight 7, and it made it all the way to our shutdown of all the engines and stage separation, getting ship into its suborbital trajectory today. It did ignite its 13 engines, but it did demise at that point. We did plan to fly it back down to Earth at a higher angle of attack, and we do expect it to stress the vehicle a lot more than what we've seen previously. So it's not unexpected that we did lose the booster before we got to the actual landing.
Yeah. So we're gonna continue to hang out and see if we get any updates on ship.
Telemetry
It
is
does
still
look
coming.
like
So that
we
means
might
that thing
be
is
getting
still
some
alive.
video
It's
back
burning up. Oh
soon.
my
There
God.
we
Look at the
go.
flames.
So this is a view essentially
Oof. Look at the
on
plasma.
the
Look at
top
that.
part of Starship. You're looking
Oh,
up at
come
the
on.
payload
Keep it
bay
coming.
and
A
towards
little
the
bit
nose
longer.
cone. So
There we go.
views are going to be a little bit scarce potentially, as again, we are in essentially a tumble. We had lost that attitude control. So Starlink, when it's able to connect, able to feed
Speed
this
racer,
down,
dang, we'll get them
we
next
are at the
time.
phase where
Yes,
we would
right.
expect entry to start within the next
Thanks for
minute or
that
so.
super
So
chat,
we are
Speed Racer.
entering uncontrolled, but again, we're entering into an airspace and a sea space that is cleared and monitored in advance of launch and before we get to this phase.
Robbie said it's on fire.
And with the views that we are able to see, you are seeing a lot of that plasma build
It's
up.
amazing.
During
Look at it
reentry,
melt.
we do
You
expect the
see
vehicle
that?
to
Do you
see
see
about
that right there?
1400 degrees
Do you see it
Celsius. And there you
melting?
can see the
The
flap,
flap.
feeling that temperature there.
Feeling the
A little bit
temperature.
melting away. But as we expected with the spinning of
As
the
we expected.
vehicle, we are no longer controlling the
Look at
attitude
that.
of the vehicle. So this is
Come
now
on,
at this
come on.
point in the test flight, it is expected to see it begin to demise a little
apart.
bit on its way back down to Earth.
Yeah. And so we'll stick with it for as long as we're kind of getting any reach back from the ship as it
There you
starts to
go.
make
It's
this
gone,
reentry.
guys. It's gone. No telemetry. I don't see any telemetry.
Yeah.
That's
So
it.
it's re-entering actively
That's
right now.
it. So
And again,
finger
we
on
did do
right
what's
around
called
plus
passivation. So
47
you
minutes
essentially vent
was the
all of your
time. I'm
excess
going to
propellant
call it.
overboard before
I'm
you
going to
hit the
call it.
atmosphere. That's a safety
That's it.
measure we can take on the
Plus
ship while
47
you still
minutes
have
gone.
contact with it. So that was done. It's now coming
Shannon.
down in the predetermined
Shannon.
hazard area that was cleared ahead of flight. Not controlled, so we're not going to get all of that reentry data that we're still really looking forward to. This is kind of a new generation of ship. It
Yes,
has
Shannon.
different flaps, improved heat shield, a whole
Thank
lot
you.
of things that we're really trying to really put through the ringer. As there's
Yeah,
a
but
whole
they
lot we
weren't
still need to
able to
learn before
test
we
it, though.
get
That's
to
the
kind of the
problem.
next step that we're hoping for, which is going to be that ship going orbital and eventually coming back here for a catch. So getting through one of these fully is going to be really important. It's not going to be today, but we are just going to stick with the ship, see what else we can learn as it makes its way through the atmosphere and brings an end to the 9th flight test.
I wonder
So
if they'll
we'll stick
have
with it.
any pictures, any video on the ground. That'd be interesting. If any of you guys are in that area, send some images. Send some images. I know
Shannon said when I said light that shit up, I did not mean it like this. I'm
exactly.
sorry, guys, my bad.
Jeez, man. Well, guys, it kind of is what it is, right? It is what it is. We're going to turn them down a little bit. We're going to stick with them just in case they send us some more footage of any kind, even if it's on the ground footage. I don't know. But the bottom line is they got the ship off the ground. All 33 engines were lit the entire time. None of them went off. And like I said, 29 out of the 33 engines were a reused engine. 29. That's only 4 new engines, and they all worked flawlessly. So that's really big. I can see why the Super Heavy ended up crashing.
If you're just now joining
and
us,
not,
we did have an
let me bring it
on-time
back.
liftoff from Starbase, Texas at 6:30 p.m. Central
probably gonna do a
Time of
closure.
the Flight 9 vehicle. We did have some incredibly stressing objectives today. The Super Heavy booster flew for its second flight. It first flew on Flight 9 and made its way to take ship all the way up to stage separation, doing its second flight ever, which is pretty incredible. We did lose the booster on the way back down as we did fly it back down at a higher angle of attack. So as expected, we did
That's what I was
have it
saying.
demise on the way back down.
Yeah, we were able to get all the way to that landing burn though. So we made it through that higher angle of attack. So a lot of great data that's going to help us improve those future booster flights.
Yeah, we did do the directional flip and it worked.
Yep.
It was actually
Flipped
a
in the
great
right
view
direction.
that we saw. And then ship continued 6 healthy Raptor engines in the beginning of its flight, making it all the way to Seco and coasting for quite a while. We made it to the expected time that we would open up the payload door. Unfortunately, the door did not open as we expected it to, so we did not deploy the 8 Starlink satellites.
Yeah, we ran into a couple of issues
Disappointing.
once ship got there, but I can tell you it was a pretty crazy moment for a lot of the people that were standing here for ship to make it there. It's been a couple of flights, but it was really exciting to see. Ran into some issues on orbit. We weren't able to deploy the Starlinks. We eventually lost attitude control, dealing with some propellant links inside of the ship. And we did lose attitude control. And just to confirm, we did lose contact with the ship officially a couple of minutes ago. So that brings an end to the 9th flight test. So still a lot of work to do, but really big moment. Chris, how's everybody doing over there in Hawthorne? What's the vibes, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's a test program, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to learn, and that was definitely the vibe and the atmosphere here at Hawthorne. Would have been great to see ship get all the way through its objectives today, but with all of that data that came down through the Starlink system, we're definitely going to learn it, and we're definitely going to fix that and push forward. Also, great to see the responsible engineers here in mission control, talking with the flight control teams in Starbase. We talked about how it's great having that expert knowledge on console to be able to go to at a moment's notice. And that really helped us make the right decisions in orbit today when we decided to passivate the vehicle. So we will be here looking forward to flight 10 and some success on future flights.
All right. Well, obviously, congratulations to everybody that poured so much time, effort into getting this rocket off the pad. The last 2 months have been an absolute gauntlet for a lot of people, and we're continuing to learn more about this ship, about this rocket. We are trying to do something that is impossibly hard, and it's not always you're not going to reach it in a straight line. We said there's going to be bumps, there's going to be turns, but seeing that ship in space today was a hell of a moment for us. So congratulations to every single person who put time, effort, sweat, anything into that rocket.
Yeah, this is exactly the SpaceX way. We're going to learn, and iterate over and over again until we figure it out. So thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you for
There
the
you
fine
go,
people of
guys.
Cameron County, including
Well, that was it. So we got pretty far, all right? But still, the big things that we wanted to test didn't get tested. So they're going to just have to wait for the number 10. Keep
Hey,
doing
really
it over
quick,
and
do
over.
you have an idea of the next launch date?
By the looks of this, every time they blow one up, you have to deal with the FAA, right? And that ends up being an issue. The FAA is, they're not the happiest bunch of people. And when you blow stuff up, they're even less happy. So, in my personal opinion, I think what will end up happening is that they will end up probably pushing towards a month to a month and a half would probably be it, because they're going to have to do an investigation, even though SpaceX will do their own investigation. And same thing that happened this time. They literally didn't get their launch license or whatever approval for a couple of days ago or whatever. So, sometimes a lot of it's just semantics. It's just kind of nonsense, but it is what it is. They still have to go through the process. And once again, they have this massive ship that's tumbling out of control that, even though they've made enough room for it to come back down into the Indian Ocean without problem, it's still something that they don't want to happen. Now, remember, they do have a means to detonate the ship at any given time. So if it was so far out of control and it was going to now land in a populated area instead of in the area that they've already predetermined, they could have just popped its cork, so to speak. All right. There is a measure that's already built onto it. Those, let's call them bombs, is basically what they are. The explosives are attached to the rocket just before liftoff. So once the folks the demolition guys are done with it, that's when it's ready to fly. Not until then, because they have to have a means, once again, to pop the cork at any given time if they need to do so. So this time it didn't seem like they had to. It was just tumbling out of control. They expended all of the propellant, right? They just got rid of all of it. So when it does come back in, it's not coming in as like a fiery bomb. It's coming back in as chunks of debris and metal. So that's good that they still had the ability to do that, because they had telemetry, or they had at least control all the way towards the end. Really a long time considering. I thought we would have lost it a lot earlier than we did. So either which way, I'm going to say a month and a half, 2 months maximum. What are we on now? The end of May. So
Almost the end of May.
I'm going to say July, probably mid-July, maybe somewhere around there. I'm going to guesstimate as of right now.
All right, you guys, I am out. You guys have a good night. It was fun hanging out with you and chatting with all of you. Hopefully we'll see you Friday night for Free Speech Friday.
That's right.
And all the things. And if you're going to hang out with Joe and wait for Elon's briefing, it starts at around 9ish. I haven't checked Grok, or I mean X. I looked at your
Yeah,
thing.
I don't
So
know.
you need to
I'm
check
gonna-
it to see if they're still doing it.
Yeah, I'm going to see right now.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night, and I will see you. Have a good rest of the week.
Thanks, babe. We'll see you in a few.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, guys. If anyone in the chat knows when Elon is going to go live with the Mars briefing, originally they said yes, after the launch, but who knows? Maybe they changed it, maybe they didn't. I don't know. But let me know. One way or another. Let me know if someone hears one way or another. I figure that if it's going to be sometime soon, it's right now 8:30. So if he's going to go live by like 9, then I'm going to hang out with you guys and just probably just head inside for a few minutes and then come back out. I'll play some of the all of the IFT launches. Maybe I'll put that pre-roll back on for just a few minutes so I can go get a drink. Maybe another cup of tea would probably be good. But yeah, down in the chat, if there is a time that you guys have got, you let me know, and I will hang out for it if it's going to be sometime soon. Let me see if there is any new news when it comes to this. Did they report one way or another? Let's see. Let's take a look. See if they got a new time. Because as of right now, it was supposed to be 9, but they changed it. They keep pushing it back. So, originally it was actually at 7:30. It was like 1 and then 7:30, and then they pushed it back till after launch. So let's see what we have here. Yeah, I don't see anything. Anyone else see anything? I don't either. I don't see anything. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw on some B-roll, some of that that pre-launch coverage, which will show you guys IFT-1 straight through IFT-7 or 8, so you can see how they all happened, how they all went down. I put that together earlier for you guys, so I'll roll that, and then I'll be back if he's going to come live with this whole mission to Mars, let's call it, update or briefing. That would be awesome, because I would love to know what they think about what has gone on just from today. What is their vision for going forward? Do they think that they're going to be able to hit their deadline? What was it, like 2026 or something? They are going to supposedly launch at least one or multiple rockets to Mars. They're not going to do it this way. So they have still work to do before then, but they got a year to go, So anyways, guys, thank you if for some reason you're not here with me. Once again, I will be back. But if for some reason you're not here, thank you for hanging out with me. Go over to JCristina.com/shop. Check out all of my merch. Once again, JCristina.com/shop. That's my new Shopify shop. It's not over to JCristina.com as of yet, formal, but we're just testing it. Just want to see if it works. So check it out. Once again, JCristina.com/shop. And Like I said, thank you to everyone for the super chats. Thank you for all of those free memberships. Thank you for everything. All right. You guys are always awesome. I love hanging out with you guys on these days. And hopefully in the next one, there'll be even more monumental, let's say, in comparison to this one, which was pretty good, but it could have been better. Anyways, I'll be back. Hey guys, we are back. It is 5 hours and 19 minutes later. It's been a little bit, right? It's been a little bit. So I was seeing if Elon was going to talk tonight, and I figured I'd pick something up to eat real quick, and I did. And I said, is it something that we're going to be able to do? And the answer to that is no. It looks like originally this thing was like slated for, I think it was like 1 p.m. And then they pushed it back, and then they pushed it back again. And then finally the launch was coming. They're like, okay, you know what? We're going to do this thing after the launch. And well, it's after the launch, and they decided to push it back one more time until tomorrow. And I think it was probably a wise decision if you think about it, because he probably wants to answer some questions as far as what happened today. And by tomorrow morning, they'll have a ton of data. Okay. They're going to have a lot of information to be able to go over. So it's probably wise just to kind of push it back, because if not, it's just, you're going to have a lot of unanswered questions that you're not going to be able to get into. And if you do a briefing on the mission to Mars, and we just saw another, number 9, I guess. So it'd be 3 in a row now that didn't make it, let's just say. It doesn't help. It definitely doesn't help. So I would imagine tomorrow will probably be a little bit more uplifting, and they'll have a little bit better of an understanding of what went on. Obviously, they have to go through an investigation. The FAA has to do all their nonsense, which they have to do. But that's really it, and then he'll be able to give the brief. And I think that he's probably going to stick with the timeline of 2026. I'm almost positive by the end of 2026, because remember, guys, there is a brief window of about 2 months, just under 3 months, that you can launch from Earth and get to Mars without Mars passing you up. Because that's how we actually get to it. We're kind of like, Mars is kind of coming by like this. We launch and we kind of pass it by a little bit, and then Mars catches up, basically. But if we leave too late, then we're doing this thing, and guess what? We missed it. Okay, that's a problem. You don't want to miss Mars. You don't want to undershoot Mars. Overshooting is one thing. You can kind of wait for it. But you don't want to undershoot Mars. So there is a window, and if they don't get the Starship to launch in that window, they have to wait 2 years. So I don't think Elon wants to wait 2 years. So they're going to do whatever they have to do to really ramp things up so that this thing works. And that's probably one of the reasons why they did what they did with the Super Heavy tonight. That Super Heavy could have landed without any problem. We saw them land, 2-3 times now without a problem, get caught with Mechazilla arms and literally catch within like centimeters. So this thing coming in screaming hot like that, that's on purpose, right? They weren't going to obviously pull it back out of the drink. So they're going to need to smash it anyways, or blow it up or something. Basically create a coral reef out of it. So they said, you know what, let's just push the limits. And that's what I talked about at the beginning. I said, I don't know if we're going to even see the Super Heavy to actually land. And the reason being is they tried this extremely, let's say, what do they call it? The attack. The attack was at an extreme angle, right? It's actually coming in like this. Anyways, extreme angle, so that it really puts a lot of stress, a lot of force, a lot of heat, a lot of everything on it, and then whip it back around, right? So that it can land like this. And their whip actually whipped, and it worked. So that's a really good thing, all right? That is a good thing. But the whip, even though it worked, they didn't get to actually hit that landing burn to actually slow it down. They just drilled that thing into the ocean. So either way, that's still, I think the Super Heavy is a major plus. Major. Like I said, it's a reused rocket from IFT-9. I mean, this is exactly what they're looking to do, reusability. And they're using the same 29 engines out of the 33. So I mean, you're not going to get better than that, honestly. So, like Ricky Joe says, 3 strikes you're out. Yeah, with Elon, 3 strikes is like just the beginning. That's just means that we're going to throw more money at it and more time and more effort. Because like I said at the very beginning, remember this is a block 2, and block 1 didn't have as many problems, right? They had problems with like the engines and some other stuff here and there, but this block 2 has been having problems all over the damn place. Here we had obviously a mass propellant leak. What the hell happened there? I don't know. Okay, that goes back to, like we were talking about, the leak in the attic, as they call it, in the attic, which now has the extra ventilation and the extra, I guess it would be fire suppression system is what it is, built into that attic area. So they did all this stuff, but they're still leaking. They're still like hemorrhaging. It's like, what is the story with these leaks? And it happened ever since they elongated the ship. Now, is that the real reason? I don't know, but I know that it happened immediately thereafter once they started holding 25% more propellant. So I don't know. I really don't know. But what I do want to say is thanks to everyone for being here. You know what? I'm just going to hang out with you guys for another 5 minutes. If you have a question, throw it in the chat. Any questions before this, I didn't see because I wasn't even in here. So if you have any questions, throw them in the chat. I'm going to hang out for 5 more minutes, and if there is any, I'll answer them. If not, that's cool. We'll just close it up. Once again, we've gone for 5.5 hours now or so, so it's been a long one, and I got to test out some new hardware here. It's still not 100% the way I want it, the way I need it to be. Sometimes when you work on large productions and you use extremely expensive gear, when you're doing your own thing and you can't use as expensive gear, it kind of gets to be a little annoying because you're used to something just working. And when you're using the cheaper, not that this gear is cheaper. I mean, it's like $1,000 mic, $600 DAW. I mean, this isn't cheap stuff. But when you compare it to like TV or episodic stuff and picture, it is cheap stuff. So, anyways, not to complain about it, but I did put in about 6 hours into all of the audio stuff today to get it right, just working. But that was my fault. I should have just left everything alone and just kept the old one for today. But either way, it needed to get done one way or another. So that's the kind of things that we are constantly working on behind the scenes that people don't know about. And they're like, oh yeah, it's just like easy. Like some guy, he's like, turn on the iPhone and there you go. It doesn't work like that, right? There's a lot to it. So anyways, I just want to say thank you to everyone, all the super chats. Thanks, Shannon. Thank everyone out there that has given the super chats, that do all of these free memberships and all the rest of stuff to help out the channel. And very much so importantly, all the people that share the channel with their friends and families and colleagues and on Reddit, on Facebook and everything else, because that helps grow the channel. That's what makes the channel bigger and bigger and bigger. We're getting close to, I think it's like 136,000. While we're sitting here just shooting it as we do, right? We'll make believe this is Free Speech Friday, but it's not. We'll just make believe anyways. So let me just see what are we at? What are we at? Anyone know? What are the numbers? I don't even know anymore. What are we at now on the channel? 130,000, 134,000. There you go. 134,000. So we're definitely, it's growing, and that's good. I like to see it. I definitely like to see it. Let's see, what do we got here? Craig, how you doing, Craig? Thank you for being here. Who else is here? Gil Shine is here. Arnold is here. Fox Caro, thank you for being here. Let's see. Robbie, thank you for being here, and thank you for your massive rocket. Let's see. Wonder if more weight is making more harmonics. Yeah. So the harmonics that were an issue in test flight 7, right? That shaking that literally shook the crap out of it and started pulling hoses and breaking stuff. Well, they fixed the harmonics. It's not a problem. So that's not an issue. The harmonics was fixed. Where the issue is with this, like you don't see the trembling, you don't see that before, and then also you didn't see like in that bay, like the last time with IFT-7, I think it was, you could see flames like where the engines were, and I remember saying, guys, you shouldn't see flames there. Yeah, the flames should not be there. And then sure damn enough, they ended up blowing. Anyways, so yeah, the bottom line is they fixed a harmonic problem, right? Any type of harmonic shake can get extremely violent. Like I said, it's like a pitch, like a tuning fork. You know, when you first strike it and it's vibrating at that high pitch, it's okay. But as it slows down, you know, you start going from this really tight stuff to stuff that's looking like this. I'm exaggerating, but like this, and the whole ship is shaking like this. Well, of course, it's going to just tear itself apart. So, but they did fix that. And they also put in some mitigation into like preloading some of those joints and stuff, like really, let's just say securing them better. I don't know, however you want to call them, however you want to call it. You know, there's always like technical terms for everything, but the bottom line is they tightened up the ship, made it a little tighter. And it worked. It worked because we didn't see any of that happen. The thing that we did see, once again, is like the Super Heavy was a winner, because that Super Heavy, I know for a fact they could have landed that thing, but they pushed the hell out of it just to see what they can do with it, just to see what it can hold, what can it stand. It's kind of like when you take an astronaut, or if you take someone that's in the Air Force and you put them on the merry-go-round, as I call it, right? The G machine, and you start spinning them, until a point where they can't hold it anymore and they pass out, right? You know what that G limit is. And that same type of thing is what they're doing here with this. They just took it, they beat the hell out of it to see what it could take without breaking. So at the end, it looks like they didn't either. Number one, it couldn't fire off the very last burn, right? The final burn, or they just detonated it and or they didn't even give it a shot and they just let it just ditch itself, right? Once again, turn itself into a coral reef. One or the other. What the real answer is, they'll tell you whatever they want you to know, and then that's it. I don't know what the true answer is, but one way or another, it still was a really positive, a really super positive, Super Heavy on every single, everything. Once again, like they said, and if you guys listened or not, maybe you missed it, they used to do their flip. It was almost a random flip. Okay. And it was actually not almost, it was a random flip. And then once the flip happened, then it would go and like fix itself, let's say. And this time it was a flip that was done specifically. It was done exactly how they wanted the flip to happen. And that is completely different than every other ship. So, and the flip worked. So once again, that is a positive. Now, as far as the Starship, I don't know. I don't know what to say about Starship. I mean, the Pez dispenser didn't open up. That means the drive door, you know, did it freeze up? Could that be? We saw a ton of frost buildup on the outside of that ship. It was just freezing up. Now, was that freezing up because internally it was leaking? That cryogenic, the locks? I mean, it's possible. I really don't know. But it was freezing up heavy. So did it have something to do with that? And now the door couldn't open because of that? Or did it get jammed because during freezing it broke something, or who knows what? So there is definitely things that they need to figure out when it comes to that door, because that's going to be the difference between putting SpaceX Starlink version 3 satellites on orbit and not putting them on orbit. And the answer is there is no question. They have to put the Starlink 3s on orbit. So you can't do it with the Falcon 9s. You can't fit enough of them in them because they're 4 times the size, 4 times the mass. That said, if you can get, what, 25, let's say, you'll be able to fly like, what, 4, 5? That's it. That's not enough to launch a Falcon 9. So that being said, I think the Starship was more of a disappointment than the Super Heavy, in my personal opinion. So when we first saw it start tumbling immediately, and I was looking at it, and I remember people were like, no, no, it's fine. It's supposed to do that. And it was coming in like this, right? And then all of a sudden it does this straight up and down. And then it goes and does this. And then it does this. And then back straight up and down. That's busted. That's broken. Okay, that's not coming back. That's done. And that's why I said what I said at the time. I'm like, nah, that ship's done. That's done. And then you notice that the telemetry shut off. The telemetry that basically, not the telemetry that gives you altitude and speed, but the telemetry that shows you how the ship is positioned, right? Three-dimensionally, right? And that access, they didn't give it anymore. They literally, it popped off and it wasn't there anymore. I would venture to say is because it's probably doing this deal, and that doesn't look great. Like, what the frick is going on? You know, they just like, pop it off. Okay, it's not working too well, and just call it a day. That's what I'm going to guess. Probably what ended up happening. But either which way, you know, it's still good. It's definitely still good. They have work to do, and I think the biggest work that they need to do is in that chain, in that where the engines are. They still an issue. Once again, when they elongated this damn thing and they added the more, you know, propellant, something changed. Something changed where it's springing leaks. Okay, it didn't spring leaks before. You know, there was other issues, right? We saw like a lot of engines out and all kinds of other stuff, right? I get it, but here we're springing leaks. That was the reason why it blew up last time. It sprung a leak. Okay, we're doing layman terms. It sprung a leak. One of those Raptor engines blew. When that blew, it took out the two closest ones. And when those two closest ones blew, it blew out one of the larger, the ones with the bigger cone to it, another one of those vacuum engines. So you ended up losing 4. And now the damn thing's doing this shit again. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't say shit. It's not Friday. The poop is doing this poop again. The barrel roll of death. So anyways, let me see if there's any questions, and I'll get myself on and gone. Let me see. Wondering if the weight, I don't think this has anything to do with the weight. Robbie, thank you so much. You have 134,000 people now. It's a lot of people. I really appreciate it. I'm blessed. I'm definitely blessed. I'm blessed not for the number. I'm blessed for the community, because this community, when you go to a lot of different communities, a lot of different a lot of places, you find so many trolls, nasty ass people, right? And we don't have them here. You know, if we have to delete like one person in a month, it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot. And we have 3 moderators, right? That are constantly going. I'm going, Fab's looking, we got, so it's like there's people constantly watching it, you know, and there's very little of that. And once again, I'm blessed by that. That's awesome. Craig says, wonder about the weight. We got that. Don't start the rocket thing again. Yes, won't do that. Craig says, super got down to 50. Okay, yeah, the super got down to 59.3 altitude. But yeah, they probably they ended up probably pushing the button on it. I'm gonna guess, just saying, boom. Or they just let it tumble straight into the ocean. And there's no way of knowing, because they didn't have buoys that they had buoys for themselves, but not for us to watch. So let's see. The only major issue they had was DNS issues. Yeah. With the communication tower. They didn't even call me and fix the problem. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, maybe it was a DNS issue. No, maybe it's because they're using carrier grade network address translation, right? Maybe they're using CGNAT, and that's the problem. Everyone has the same damn IP address, and you wonder why shit doesn't work. All right, I'm tired. I'm getting stupid. I know. Anyways, guys, listen, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Tomorrow is going to be an Elon Musk morning day, I believe. If he does go live, I'll probably just go live. I'm not going to put anything, no notification. If you guys are here and you're not subscribed, please do so. Turn on notifications so you know when I go live. But I'm probably just going to go live and just hang out with you guys and listen to what he has to say, as long as it's in a reasonable time, not like some crazy 7 in the morning or something when I'm taking the kids to school or something, right? So as long as in a decent time, I'll probably go live for that instead of putting a video out for you guys tomorrow. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. Thank you for everything. Blessings to all of you and enjoy your week. We'll see you on the next one. Take care, guys.